Hopefully we are broadcasting live from all around different parts of the world here. Welcome to Photo Talk. And it's interesting that earlier in the week, I was like saying, I don't have anything to talk about. And then, as they say, sometimes things just fall out of the sky and land on you. So you never know what's going to happen. But, we'll have Mr. Stewart. We'll talk a little bit later on about his vacation trip and his photo opportunities that he had on that trip. And we can learn a little bit from his locale, and he can talk about that, probably around 10 o'clock or so. And for now, we'll wait till we get like at least 25 people in the chat, but we will say hi to everyone that is here. And I know Chuck got here very early, so hello to Chuck. As always, we love you, man. We miss you, no doubt about that.
Albert's here.
Albert's here. Albert decided that he was a welcome addition to the panel here a few weeks ago, talking about lens adapters. And Mookie MC, what is there to talk about? Well, we'll find out, because one never knows. The conversations just kind of get created out of thin air sometimes. I don't know how we've managed to do 5 hours almost every week, but we will be ending the show at 1 a.m. instead of 2 a.m. today, because we have daylight savings time in the States, and I got to set my clock ahead an hour. So I'm not going to stay on till 2 a.m. and then set the clock to 3 a.m. So we're going to quit an hour earlier than normal. Otherwise, I'll be more than useless. I'll be worse than being useless tomorrow if I stay up till 2 and then set the clock ahead an hour. Luke S., how you doing? And what else we got? Mr. Maddox is here, and Jeff and Leslie, and Ava. Hello, Ava. John Young. We got the drunk wedding photographer joining us. That's great. How you doing? Maribel, hey, good to see you. Oh, okay. Chuck wants to come on. I will send him an invite. So give me a second to copy the link here and send it to him. And give me a few seconds here.
Bought a new toy last week.
Surprise, surprise.
Good day, Terry.
Well, that's because you're hanging around with you're hanging around with Mr. Wu.
Yeah, I bought a new toy last week.
You're hanging around with Mr. Wu too much. He's getting you to want to buy more toys. That's the problem. You're gonna be bankrupt in about 30 days if you hang with him too much longer.
I got a GFX 102.
Yeah, how's it compared to the Hasselblad?
Light years better. That Hasselblad driving me crazy. I couldn't deal with it.
We got Randall. I got to shrink everybody down because now we're growing in size here.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, I just had a crash computer.
Yeah, Randall's he's in the in dark mode.
Yeah.
He's in stealth mode. Tonight. He doesn't want to. You didn't shave your hair like some of us, right? You don't want anybody to notice that you shaved your head. Is that what's going on?
No, I had an update, and it's always at the last moment. So, oh boy!
But John, those Hasselblad, they look like a nightmare, brother. It's too much trouble.
Yeah,
The first ones had a lot of bugs too.
I mean, I can't even stick it outside. I can't even see the LCD because it's so bright. It's all blocked out. And then the lens doesn't even have any numbers to tell you.
They're not on the outside camera, are they?
It's just
we got Mozman in the house. Hello, Mozman.
All right.
Aloha back. Even though we're not in Hawaii, we can always pretend. Wouldn't mind being in Hawaii. Actually, a good friend of mine should be in Hawaii right now, or going there in the next week anyway. I don't quite remember when she was going to leave, but one of my best friends from Connecticut, who recently retired. And speaking of retiring, I know she was in here earlier. I mean, I don't see her name on the list here, but I want to congratulate our friend who I often refer to as NASA Nancy. NASA Nancy emailed me earlier in the week, and she finally set her retirement date for December 30th of this year. So I want to extend our wishes that all your photography excursions are memorable ones, and we wish you the best of luck. And don't be surprised if NASA doesn't try to set the hooks in you and convince you to stay a little bit longer, because all these corporations are very good at trying to convince you all of a sudden how much more valuable you be if you don't want to retire and they don't want you to leave. But we wish you the best, and hopefully we see you more in the chat, and we see you being able to. You'll have no excuse not to participate in the photo review, Nancy, once you retire, because we're not going to cut you any slack once you retire. We'll let you get away with it now. J-Rod is in the house. And so, Nancy, we're thinking of you, and congratulations. And,
we're
you're
welcoming
a valued member of the photo community. So we wish you the best. Now we got 32 people in the house. Okay, so I guess I'll keep rolling. I'm not going to do a rant because I can't rant like Chuck. Let's face it, guys. If I try to do a Chuck rant, forget it. I'm going to fail. I'm going to get a failing grade. You guys are going to boo me, kick me off YouTube. My career where I'm earning millions here will be down the toilet. It'll be the end of me, right? So I'm not going to do a rant, but I am going to do a little bit of a discussion in about 5 minutes or so. But first off, thank everybody that's joining us. We have Randall in the dark room. We don't want anybody to see him tonight. We got our friends Gustavo and John, and David Stewart, and Roy Bixby. And Randall just scared me. He just popped up. Yeah. Okay, Randall, I think I like it better with the lights off.
Well, the lights are off. That's just camera.
But
yeah, Jeff, Maribel said to use Chuck's personal email address.
Let me see.
I think I got it.
Yeah, I should have it. I mean, wait a minute. And all right, we're there. We're going to send it again.
Rakesh, nothing's a game changer these days.
So we're going to, okay, so I sent it, Maribel, to his personal one. I got to get back to the screen here. And yeah, I got you. We're there. I sent it. So what I want to jump to here briefly is, I think I mentioned last week that I was working with Scuba Razzi for him to do a presentation on the show talking about underwater photography. So we communicated some more back and forth, and he presented me an outline that is absolutely fantastic. We're going to attempt to have him present this topic on next Saturday's show between the hours of 10 or 11 p.m. Originally, he was going to come on at 10, which his time is 4 a.m. And I told him, I said, it's okay if you come on at 11, so you're not give yourself an extra hour's sleep. So I haven't heard back from him, but let's just say sometime between the hours of 10 and 11 p.m. next Saturday, Kubarazzi is going to do a presentation on underwater photography. Very, very little about diving physics, maybe about how the physics affect camera gear when you're underwater. He's going to go over different types of camera gear, gear that's available for beginners, and maybe people that do snorkeling and they don't actually do scuba diving, and because there's much cheaper cameras you can buy for that. And then if you're a diehard diver, obviously you can get into pretty expensive stuff. So he's going to talk about housings and technique. He's going to share images, how he took them, what he used. It's going to be really, really entertaining. So definitely hang around next week. He's an exceptional photographer, a great contributor to our monthly photo review. He has great vision and preparation for a lot of unique photos that he puts together. And let's say hi to Chuck here as I bring him in.
G'day, Chuck.
And,
Hey,
hello, Chuck.
wow, great. Look great.
Good to see everybody here.
Good to see you, Chuck.
Oh, great to see you, Chuck.
Yeah, you look fantastic.
So I see those of us with the power, Chuck, can do this.
Mine don't work.
There's only certain people that have this power.
That's great. It's okay.
I encourage other people in the chat to consider doing short presentations on the show, as I've mentioned before, because this is a channel that has continued with Chuck's vision. So apt that he is here has followed Chuck's vision of being a community-driven channel. It's not about me.
No.
It's about the community. So feel free to share with the rest of us your photographic journey. That's what this channel should be all about. Because without everybody in the chat right now, those of us on the panel would get sick of each other in about 10 minutes and just go home. So it's good that you guys are kind enough to continue to visit. And hey, say your hellos and best wishes to Chuck. We haven't seen him on the panel in a while. And damn it, Chuck, will you stop keeping your hair so nice?
Makes us look bad.
Yeah. And well, the fact that he has hair makes some of us look bad right away, but it's just perfectly, just like perfect,
As always.
It always looks like that.
Well, not all of us have an appointment with the barber every 2 weeks.
Well, I haven't seen a barber in many, many, many years. All I see is a razor blade. That's all I get to say hi to when I'm. That's it.
Hey, man, is everybody? Well, everybody knows exactly that Nikon has cornered the market and will be bringing us a red something. And then what else? What do you think what should they bring to the table?
Global shutter on the Z9 would be nice if they can do it properly.
Something on the Z8? Would you say red or?
Well,
red?
I think that the wait a minute. I got this doggone thing with my eye. So give me a second. I got patches. I got my dog around me. Give me a second. I'm gonna just. I'm gonna disappear for a second.
My thought is on this. It's like that movie Wall Street, right? Yeah. What you do is you buy them out.
Yeah.
They've been suing you, so you buy them out.
Yeah.
And you part it out, and you sell the parts, and you just trash the rest of it.
God.
Right? That's what you do. You buy it cheap because Red was broke. They needed the money.
You just have
And
to fill down the toilet.
you just part it out, get what you want, and just
Well, those are
destroy it, and then
long
destroy
eyebrows.
it, and that's it. Game over.
That's pretty interesting, but I don't know
No.
I think
what I
they're gonna
would
let Red
do.
alone. I think stuff will come over, but I think they're going to let
Because the company wasn't doing very good, because people who use Red for making movies like the consumer does is just going to rent it. Why buy the cow when you just to drink the milk, right?
But a lot of people are invested in Red.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of different it's hard me to say, but I know there's a lot of programs are being run by Red.
And I'm coming back, guys. I flushed my eyes out. I've been having this problem for the last couple of days, and I don't really know what caused it. I went to the doctor, and they just said I'm seeing red. And,
Red.
I mean, I just don't know what's going on. But it has something to do. There's some disease out there now. Ever since Nikon decided they're going to buy red, and all of a sudden people are just having problems.
Are you sure it's not pinky eye?
It's red eye, man. It's just red eye, and it's horrible.
Nice.
I flush it, it comes back. I flush it, it comes back. But what are you gonna do? This stuff happens. So
Tony Northrup, he had an interesting take on it with some graphs and whatnot. It made sense, I have to say. I don't know if you guys saw it, but it kind of made sense. So it propels Nikon from just 6:30 video cine company to being the leader of the pack now.
well, the thing that I think is, well, personally, I know this was discussed. I wish I did I didn't feel like doing a special sneak on type of thing discussion, because a lot of what I wrote down that I was going to talk about, I ended up seeing on other content creators' channels, and I'm like, well, I was going to say that. I had that written down, and I was going to say that too. I had that written down, but I didn't steal this stuff from anybody, but I really think that during that lawsuit process, there was a lot more conversation that went on to kind of make that thing go away. And I think there were sidebar discussions that had nothing to do with the lawsuit. And I wouldn't be surprised if the lawsuit kind of went away, because they were already talking behind the scenes about, Nikon maybe acquiring them. Now, you'd say, why do it? Well,
Here though, do you think this just happened?
No.
Well, one thing, I think Nikon probably had a desire maybe for a while. I think the lawsuit probably got them to meet face to face, obviously sooner than maybe they were planning, but it may have ended up obviously working out for the best, I guess, depending on who you ask. But because they were never, obviously Nikon never competed with Red. The only problem with Red was the argument over the technology for Tico RAW, for compression and stuff like that, and now it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but when do you think they started talking about it?
just before they said
One less week.
they made an agreement back then, and they kept it quiet, and then they started talking with each other. When the court part just stopped all of a sudden, the guess was, well, looks like Nikon did, but then they could come back and sue each other. But I think they were in the talks then, and they just kept it underneath the table, and then it finally came out when it was bought.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you know, if they did that, I think it'd have been this this would have just, well, they would have just opened up the conservation and announce it. But I think that this was over the next for over the last 3 or at least a year to make this happen. Now, with that said, what type of what do you think, you know, Red is bringing to the table for Nikon? Yeah.
Well, I think
Well,
that
I just got a couple of comments to make here. And this one, the way I understand when you're in a court case like this, is you have your lawyers consider the other side's point of view. It's the same as when you're in the military. It's,
Yeah.
you know what you want to do. Now you get some people to say, try to figure out what your weaknesses are and how to counteract it and whatever. And when they're doing this, they saw that the synergies that could be created by working together, because their markets don't overlap. The only thing that overlapped was was being able to compress the raw footage.
Yeah.
It's Nikon lenses were being used all throughout Hollywood. The only difference between the Red cameras and Nikon is Red does not use a Nikon mount; they use a Canon mount, and it's
they use the PL mount as well, which is a
Well,
cinema general
yeah.
Right.
mount as well.
But
Right.
the only thing that really has to change is that a Red put on the Z mount, and then there'll be adapters for everybody else's glass to go on your Red camera, and that would be an advantage to us, because then I could start buying Canon gear to go on to my Z cameras.
That's what John's fit. Yeah, he said take what's good and trash the rest of it.
Well, I don't think there's going to be any trashing. I mean, Red
No, I think they'll leave Red
very,
alone.
very successful
Oh,
in their
no.
niche, and Nikon's going to somewhat kind of leave them alone. That's what they're saying. You know, they're going to own them, but they're doing good. They're doing great. I mean, they got great technology, and you know, and for everybody that says, well, now Nikon's going to be a cinema camera company. Well, not really, because what everybody in this chat considers cinema at our level is completely different than the stuff that Red does. I mean, their cheapest thing is $6,000, and it goes up to $35,000 without the lens. So I don't think there's anybody in this chat that's going to go out and buy a Red.
No, everybody is, yeah, that's right. And
You know,
but
without the technology.
But Nikon now owns all the technology for what is it?
Well, everything that's patented, they will now have access to.
No, but
Global shutter.
all their I can't think of it, but you know what I'm trying to say. And there now, what were they going to do that well, for the cabin? What are they going to do with the all the stuff for Canon out there? You know, all different people wanting to now and using what am I trying to say?
Well, they're not gonna lay a turd on Canon or anybody wanting to use their lenses on the Red stuff, because
No.
they're not gonna do that. I mean, they'll just
But Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, so,
Well-
so what I was saying, so in terms of what the Red Financials, because it's a private company, we don't know, correct? So, and they haven't disclosed how much it was paid. The other thing, Chuck, you know, in most companies they have a mergers and acquisition department, so they are looking at opportunities to sell stuff and to acquire stuff all the time. So because this is something that they do constantly, typically
Okay.
they will do it within a short period of time.
Okay.
In most companies, it's about 6 months to a year because you cannot keep a secret for too long. Correct. So so in any company, correct, there is this department that is looking at stuff, and every now and then they ask some experts to collaborate with a team to evaluate the companies. So it typically doesn't last any kind of merger and acquisition. It takes a period, in my experience, it takes a period of about 6 months, just because. But now they may have learned when they went to the lawsuit something about red, correct? Apart from what is the patents, what is known in the conversation, they may have learned so that triggers it. But the process of doing the merger and acquisition, typically when they get an agreement, it doesn't take that long, just because they cannot keep it secret. Which brings me to another point: the fact that people in the YouTube here is complaining that the certain division didn't know, or certain YouTubers didn't know. Of course, mergers and acquisition are one of the most secret things that
Wait a
any
minute.
company does.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What the one thing they can't hide is the in camera raw situation. Well, I can't say it right, but to put it to, that is a now there's a Nikon things in only or now are they gonna put Canon and everybody else in the
Your audio is breaking up. Your audio was breaking up. The thing is, they're going to be, the way I look. I mean, first of all, I mean they're talking like the deal is done, and maybe in their mind it is. But usually if you have a foreign entity, foreign company buying an American company, you're going to go through some regulatory approval process.
That's right.
So this is just my guess. I would guess that in terms of being an official completed deal, you may be talking the third quarter of this year, or at the end of the year, before that really is official. I mean, in their minds it's official, but it's got to go through a lot of BS processing through the government for and it won't be an issue, because when you look, I was talking earlier today, you look at Sony. Sony bought a lot of American movie companies like TriStar and Columbia Pictures and stuff like that, and they got approved. So it won't be a problem. It's just something that still has to happen, before the deal is done.
Red tape.
Yeah.
And Nikon is a company that is traded here in the United States. It's Japanese, which there is no restrictions, any kind of export restriction of technology. So I don't think that's a big deal. But it's like you say, it's a bureaucracy that takes a while to go through the process. But Chuck was. You were also interested on the technology side, correct? A lot of companies, when they make an acquisition like this, remember, this is not a merger, it's an acquisition, correct? They either are interested on keeping the company separate, correct? Or they are interested on dismantling the company, which I don't think is the case here, or they are interested in the patents, like Jeff was saying, or they're interested on some of the people, correct? They may be interested in some of the people. Now, the other thing that I made a comment is, this is a tiny company. I mean, 200 something employees. Actually, I was surprised because I was disclosing the announcement. how small that company is. Okay,
Mhm.
so
It's only a few hundred employees, so it's not very big.
no,
Maybe
The
there's still some of their programmers that rewrite crap bridge.
well, you
Yeah.
got to figure. Gray's had a question when they had their show earlier yesterday, and they said, "Well, how long do you think things are going to take before you see a change?" So, I mean, let's assume the deal's closed the end of the year. I think the first 6 months, Nikon's engineers and Red's engineers are going to talk about what synergies, what does Nikon do that could benefit the Red product line? What does Red have that can benefit the Nikon product line? And they will pick and choose what they want to commingle. And now Gray's theory was, well, Nikon will probably then create their own cinema line. Well, they could very well just say to Red, make us a budget friendly cinema camera and stick our Nikon name on it, and we'll work on it together or whatever, and let Red run with it more than Nikon. You don't know what they're going to do, but they can definitely pick each other's brains and share some stuff. And like Nikon, by the way, could be giving them glass. Red could be giving Nikon the other raw compression capabilities that they can maybe throw in a camera with a firmware update.
I'm going to go with you, Miles, man. I think he's just he wants to just he just wanted to get Dread, but now there are certain feels that Nikon will have that are going to affect. God dang, to think he's got some. Gosh, I don't have to. I gotta stop for a minute and let y'all just.
Well, I mean, you never know. The owner of Red could still be, could very well still end up being on like a board of directors position or something like that,
They usually are.
or he could be. They give him
Yeah.
a parachute and buy him out and give him a golden parachute, and he'll just leave. There's all these different options that they can do. But Nikon, like I said, Nikon could. There's a few things they could do rather quickly together. But like in terms of like Nikon creating a new product from scratch, or Red doing a new
no, they already did one.
2-year development cycle.
They've already done the product, and it's in everybody's having. I can't talk as fast as I want it to.
That's okay. We're patient.
Yeah. Well, we have the Z9 and the Z8 right now, which are not pieces of
And
junk.
what does Canon have? What is the other channels? What do they have?
Well, they have an 8K. They have an 8K with a larger sensor with 17 stops of dynamic range, and having a sensor with better dynamic range would be phenomenal if you could put that in a.
No. What do they have in the camera, Margaret?
Just a global shutter.
Yeah.
Well, and the technology with video codecs and stuff like that, or compression.
Good programmers.
Programming. Yeah.
Yeah. I and the free. Daggone it. The only thing Nikon has it, nobody else has it, because it's it's topped up in red. What is it?
Well, they claim that Nikon is very good at structuring user interfaces in terms of making it easy to go through menu systems and stuff like that. And I don't know anything about Red. I'll never own one. I'll never hold one. I'll never play with one. But they claim that Nikon's knowledge of user interfaces would benefit Red in terms of, their what you see on the back of their screen when you're setting up your cinema camera.
It's not
and lenses.
But I just think I think there are some major things that are going to come out of it.
Well, I think Nikon too has deeper pockets, so Nikon could actually could put more R&D money into the Red side, so they can even create even better cinema cameras and capture even more of the market. And they have more. Nikon has a much bigger global reach than Red does too. So Red is based in California. Their manufacturing plant.
What do you guys got?
California.
What do you guys have?
Well, there's one thing that I heard is that Red's marketing is actually pretty good, because what they've been doing for the guys that have been going to school, they've been able to get Red cameras relatively cheap, and this is what they're using. This is what the guys are learning on.
Yeah.
And when you become familiar with your camera, you don't want to change. And so when these guys get out into the real world, when they start working and shooting movies, whatever, they're familiar with Red, and this is what they've been asking for. There's other companies that do that in other markets, and it seems to be very successful. And Red seems to be good at this too. Right now, Red's market and Nikon's market do not overlap. But going together, they can fill an awful lot of gaps. They both have technology that the other would like.
A Moz man, that is so true right there. Red is taking a beating just like Nikon. Yes.
It's a good sign that Nikon's buying these companies up, because it shows they must be doing really well.
Yeah, it a lot of money to be used in Gillette and whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
but
the 3D manufacturing techniques using metal, which is good for their fabrication process, especially like doing prototypes and stuff. You could do 3D models pretty quick and check out parts before you mass produce them, and bring stuff to market quicker if you could do 3D models of stuff ahead of time, and that would benefit both companies. And then they're saying that one company that has the robotic arms, that has the setup like in the baseball stadiums in the U.S., that sets up multiple still cameras and movie cameras, and so that they can switch between first home plate, first base, second, third, or whatever, and all that robotic stuff would be something that would integrate well, or might help out Red in the cinematic world with that robotic entity that they purchased not too long ago. So
Yes.
there is some synergies, but not, you don't see it like in a direct line, but there are some things.
I'm not saying that they should be haggled with Nikon, but there are still some not. I mean, that's what did they hit Nikon for, and the Z9?
Well,
It was the AK.
the whole thing is suing Nikon is they sued anybody that wanted to. They thought that they had a legitimate patent that made it so no one could do any raw compression technology other than them. And
Right.
if somebody else tried to do it, they sued them. They sued Apple. They sued a bunch of other guys, and they either paid them off or just lost.
And return, internal, yeah, and internal raw. That's
Right.
right.
Internal raw.
They
Yeah.
don't have the so the other the other the other companies aren't and doing that yet.
Yeah, they got scared away by Red, and Nikon actually had a set of you-know-whats and had enough money to say, we don't think that your patent was granted properly, and it should never have been granted. And we're going to challenge you.
You saying they're just blowing away now? That okay? It's
Now it's irrelevant because there won't be either one of them going back to court anymore, and they can share the technology or steal the technology, or however you want to word it.
Let's go save some money.
so
Yeah.
so Canon's okay, Kid is, and all they're all okay.
Yeah.
No.
Well, now Nikon can decide if they want to sue. Now Nikon can sue everybody if they do.
Yeah, they're right. You know, so that could be this now. Oh man.
It'll be like a role reversal. Now Nikon can be the one saying that you're trying to steal our technology because their technology is now our technology. They're part of us.
Yeah. Good.
So who knows, right?
So there is something and it is something, with the cameras, okay? And now Nikon owns it. That's good.
I just want to comment on one of the first videos that I saw, and you guys probably saw it when this announcement came out. I think, Mazman, I think, saw it probably 10 minutes after the announcement came out. And the thing that was interesting is the official Nikon statement on the 7th when this happened. The Nikon announcement, word for word, was being shared on certain YouTube channels. And when you went on Nikon USA, like early that morning, and I mean early, like before noontime that morning, the official press release was not on Nikon USA. Now, the next day on the 8th, I went back and I checked, and it was in their press release section, and it was dated the 7th. So sometime in the afternoon or evening, it finally made it on the Nikon USA website, but obviously it was released.
I heard the news way before you guys did, because you guys were still cutting Z's.
Yeah.
So while you guys are cutting Z's, Tokyo is 1 hour ahead of me, so it's in the afternoon.
But
that's when I heard it.
The person that was most excited out of anybody was, if you watched Frames TM. Frames, I almost fell out of my chair. Frames was so excited that I was like talking to the computer saying, calm down. He was jumping up and so overjoyed, and I thought he was going to pass out. And I would say to Frames, if he's watching or watches the show, I'd say you were very excited, but your sense of excitement was like at a level of the doctor telling you your wife was having triplets. I mean, you were really like.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
I
don't know if that's good or bad.
I thought he was going to have a heart attack. He was so excited, but it was funny to watch. I mean, he was really, really excited.
Well, I gotta watch it. Hey, has he been on your show?
No.
Oh, we should try to reach out to him. He's a funny guy.
No, He,
It's
you know, but
interesting.
he did have something out right away. Like you said, he would have heard about it before a lot of
Us.
you know, YouTubers in the States. So he would have heard about it first. So he put something out right away. But he was like a kid in a candy shop that just like, Mommy just gave me $50. I could buy all the bubble gum I want. You know, he was like
Oh,
excited. He was like,
bubble,
woo.
$50 worth of bubble
If
gum.
you haven't watched it, man, you gotta watch his video. It was really
All right, I'll watch it.
I feel sorry for Leica. They've just released a nice new camera and no one's taking any notice of it.
Exactly.
Like a who?
Yeah, let's talk about the SL3.
Yeah, why not?
The $7,000
Yeah, how would you like to buy
with no
something
lens
that's,
body.
The SL3 is been low rated, you know. Now you get less for more than you pay for now. The SL3.
That and the ZF, I guess.
Hey, Chuck, I got the ZF. I
That's
love
right.
it.
That's right.
I love it. And Nikon
Chuck, get
looked
the
too. They made a lot of money on that camera.
You get the ZF, Chuck?
No.
So, Chuck
No.
uses the F in the acronym to say something different.
No, it's a wonderful camera. I love it.
It's
Well,
now.
I think the reason why they held back on the Z6 III was because of this thing going on with Red. So if they're paying
Oh.
money,
I don't see what the big deal is. It's
they're
just
going to hold back on the Z6 III.
I don't think so, Rand, because
No.
Nikon has $1.3 billion in cash. So
Well,
that's why they're buying these companies up.
exactly, they got to use the money.
What's sad is I think most people felt that the Z6 III should have came out last fall. You know, the Z6 III really should have came out last fall.
It's people like you guys that love it. It's over. It should.
Yeah. We know Chuck doesn't like film, doesn't like film emulation, doesn't like anything that reminds him of the past, and I'm with you, Chuck, as well.
So
Chuck's non-retro.
I told you I'm going to get in here and tear it up, man.
Let's get Chuck worked up. Let's get him worked up.
Chuck came on the show tonight like he's a plant. He got planted here by Nikon to make sure we don't talk about the ZF or film cameers.
Hey, see, now we got 44 watching, Jeff, just because of Chuck.
That's
He
right.
boosted it up by 25%.
He's worth
Chuck,
it.
25%, man.
So the future
Hey.
would be more into video with some photos. So it's turning into a hybrid. I think that's the future.
I'd just put him in the M or whatever lamb and take photos from it. Anyway,
You know, the SL3, you know, I looked at the specs on it or whatever, and of course it's a 60 megapixel sensor that many will argue is a little bit too high. And they did improve their video specs quite a bit. But what I don't like is they have no compression on their files. So that, yeah, they have the option that you could shoot it at 60 megapixel or 38 or 18 or something like that. You could choose your megapixel, your resolution, but their file sizes are gigantic. And you think we complain now about how big our files are? My God, go buy the Leica, shoot it at 60 megapixels, and you're going to be like buying 3 more hard drives for your computer.
It only shoots 44 frames per second, you know.
yeah.
Well, they advertise 15, so I don't know where they're getting the 15 from.
You believe in all advertisement, Jeffrey?
Well, I'm just saying that's what they're trying to say. That's what they're trying to say, 15. But
It's
15
4.
might be JPEGs.
No, I'll tell you the fact that it's only 4. At 4 at 14-bit, you go to 5 and beyond, it drops to 12. And at 12-bit, forget about it. There's no point. And then autofocus lock It's a joke.
Who cares? Who cares, man?
Chuck doesn't love a Leica. That's now the big news cycle tomorrow. Chuck does not love Leica.
I think the Leica's turned into a Panasonic.
Hey, let's talk. Okay, then let's talk about some vintage cameras. About the new
No, Chuck doesn't like vintage cameras.
the Konica. Right, Roy, the
Yeah,
Konica.
I like the Konica. They made some very
what do you
nice
think?
cameras.
Hey, what do you think of the what was it, the Exacta? Pretty cool, huh?
That's German, and that's more interesting.
Yeah, I mean the German Exacta. I
Mm.
thought that
Yeah.
was pretty cool.
Gower?
And the Pentax. Oh, by the way, I'm going to be posting tomorrow Pentax. A whole bunch of Pentax stuff.
Everybody for what?
Yeah, the Pentax. You should watch the videos, Chuck, because these companies like Minolta, they're extremely innovative. I mean, those cameras were more innovative then than the new guys now, right? They come up with like Olympus. They come up with, you know, off the film metering, all kinds of crazy stuff.
I'm just throwing it at as a, but I know
Chuck, it's old technology. It's not, no matter how much some of us may like to shoot film once in a while, the realization is for the majority of people, it's not going to replace digital. I mean, it's not even cost effective to think that it's going to replace digital.
No, I disagree with that, Jeffrey. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you that. I was watching TV the other day on YouTube, and I put on a news station, right, just to watch the news, the local news.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, oh, my God. I had to take a screenshot of my TV set because they put up a picture that I took of the leader of the country using a F90 with a 8200 push-pull lens using NPH Fujifilm. And I took that 22 years ago, and they're still using it today.
Yeah, but I'm saying that
they're stealing my picture.
Film cameras are making a small comeback.
Well, but for me personally, they're still using my film analog picture in 2024.
Well, yeah, it doesn't go bad. It's just not cost effective.
So I'm just saying that that it hasn't gone totally away.
Oh no, it'll never go totally away.
Yeah, it will never go away.
It's not going to replace. I'm saying it's not going to replace digital.
Well,
no, I won't. Of course, it won't replace. But you like to collect old vintage cameras, right? For what
certainly.
they are. Certainly, right? Because it has some kind of intrinsic value to it.
I don't think. No, I don't think so. The rate staying for the keep it. God. Everybody when all these guys all throw hold in shoot. Well, I do it. I give. I can't keep getting that.
Chuck, I'll have to do the old signs that I used to do, you know, that when you were ranting.
Yeah.
I'll have to hold one up that says Chuck hates film. That's it. Hates film.
Yeah. I think we understand, Chuck. We got you.
Yeah, man. But no, I'm not. I don't care. But I do think that you're only going to keep Kim alive now. When you guys are gone, I think it'd grab, giant.
You're giving us a lot of credit, Chuck, if you think we're the ones keeping film alive.
Well,
Well,
I know.
there's a
I
lot of
know.
channels on now that are going back to film cameras, and I love it.
Yeah.
So you can pick up a camera for like $50 or whatever. Look what it can do. So, well, look what
Yeah.
Becky and Connor
Empty your wallet.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
Yeah.
there was a comment by
Yeah,
someone on
go ahead.
Becky on Gray's live stream the other day. Someone actually typed in, "It's time for Nikon to wake up and get rid of all this mirrorless stuff and just make DSLRs again." And
Yeah.
that's never going to happen. You know,
Wow.
I mean, I'm shocked somebody would say that. And the bottom line is, if you hate video, which a lot of people do, if you hate video, or in your mind you think you're spending too much money for a new camera because it has video features in it, all I can say for you is there are a ton of good used DSLRs out there with your name on them. Go buy it and enjoy it. But Nikon's not going to go backwards and start making DSLRs again. That ain't going to happen.
Wait a minute. Before we go on here, everybody should now be make sure that we hit the like and the subscribe line so that Mr. Jeffrey Neville
See,
and he gets the 5.
No, all I need now is a piano. I can start singing.
Yeah, it should go. He ought to be on 1,000 hit here.
Well, that ain't happening, so I ain't worrying about it.
It's all the bad company that Jeff has that prevent him from growing.
And Maz, man, yeah, this is what I was thinking when I was doing that. Actually, Jeffy Wonder.
Can I ask? Can I?
I just sit here and start singing. Isn't she lovely?
We noticed that you're
Roy, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
This lens is a 28 mm. Are you familiar with this lens? It's a 28. What do you call it? 24 mm 2.8.
Yes.
Do you know
It's a very good
lens?
lens. One of the better AIS ones.
Oh, really? What's its attribute? I mean, what makes it special?
It's just a manual 24mm.
It's a FLE, correct?
Well, it's an AIS lens, so it can only be used on certain model cameras.
Oh, do you have one? You got one, Jeffrey?
I've got some AIS lenses, but not that particular one.
No, I picked it up for a couple $100 the other day. It looked clean, so. And then when I put it on the digital, wow, pretty amazing. Really nice.
Everybody says, "Go."
You mean this lens?
No, wait a minute. Let me switch.
Nah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
the same one,
Snap.
right? Yeah.
Same
I knew
lens.
you have it.
Okay,
I knew
now
you
we go
have
back
it.
to John. Now we
It's
go
one
back.
of their better AIS lenses.
See, this is where I had a
Oh.
complaint. I had a comment from someone that says when people talk, put them on the big screen. So I could just sit here and do this like every 2 seconds.
Yep.
Roy says one line, I put him on. And John says one line, I put him on. And then everybody ought to put the warning up that, strobing effect may be dangerous for certain people.
Oh,
We
yeah, what
don't
do
worry
they call
about them, do we?
them? Trigger warnings. Is that what they
Trigger
call them?
warning, yes. Just I don't want to send somebody into a
Trigger warning.
and having a seizure on me or something on the
Oh,
show
my
here.
God.
But that appears to be the AIS one, which is safe. But the older ones, again, without the little, you see the rabbit eyes? Rabbit.
Little rabbit ears.
Yeah.
If they got blocked rabbit ears, they're the old pre-AI ones.
Uh-huh.
And they can damage some digital cameras.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, you got to look before you throw it on a modern camera.
Yeah.
Look at the compatibility in the manual and make sure that you're not going to damage your camera putting the lens on.
But that 24 is an excellent lens, and I still use this one.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
One of the
Jeff.
few AOS lenses I like.
Jeff
Just to
Mosman
use.
wants a link.
What's that?
Mosman wants a link.
Ah, okay. I'm busy shuffling here, man. I'm like playing cards. I'm like playing cards, man. Okay. Wait a minute. I'll bring Mosman in because I don't have a joker in the deck, so I'll bring in Mosman.
Okay.
Give me a second. We're gonna have very small heads pretty soon. We're like growing here exponentially.
Well, see, that's what happens when Chuck is on. Everybody wants to get on,
Well,
including their dog.
yeah.
Speaking of my dog, I'm gonna give her kudos. She had her birthday this week. She's 8 years old now.
Well, I've got a birthday coming next week, and I just don't know about it. But anyway.
But you're not a dog.
But I still got a lot of years. Yeah.
Okay, Mosman, I sent you the link. You should be getting it any. Well, if I do it, I don't have AOL anymore, so you'll get it pretty quick.
I remember AOL. It's terrible.
My computer's not going. I miss those days, don't you?
Chuck, you're looking.
I
Chuck,
remember
you're
the
looking
300
really
pop.
good, man.
Are
Looking
you?
great.
You
Chuck,
think so?
yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
you're looking really dapper.
Yeah,
Hey,
the hands.
you got your shirt behind you, Chuck, like you used to. You got to hold up your shirt if you got your shirt.
Yeah.
Brings back memories, isn't it?
Yeah, we gotta
No.
go down memory lane here. Remember this guy?
Oh,
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Like and
And hit that
subscribe.
notification bell.
There you go.
We should all get one of those.
Yeah.
His wife got him a real nice shirt. She got him a real nice quality shirt. I bought a shirt for my channel, and it looks like I bought it, for $5 at the corner market. Chuck's looks
Get the
at
free ones from the camera companies. They're much better made.
See, this is what we're waiting for, Chuck. See, you're on the big screen, and we're
Yeah.
on the little
Where he
screen.
belongs.
Okay, and I see that
I'm not-
studio
I'm
put
not-
up in the background.
I'm not there yet.
oh, you're on the big screen on mine.
I got a few more words to take can wear that. Yeah. Oh well.
But this is good practice, Chuck.
Yes.
This is
Exactly.
like going back into the saddle here with us.
Yeah.
Well, and I told my Pete, what's her name? My Peach. She told me to get on here and get it. Start. Where's daggone it? She could get some. Well, I can't say it now.
Get
You just
practice.
need a bit more practice, Chuck.
Just
And you're
gotta get
doing good.
practice. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Practice.
She keeps telling me I need to do it with what you're doing. What's this? What's it? What's it?
You got to put that back up, Maz, man. I'll drag it over.
Yeah.
I'll drag it over.
Yeah.
And they got trademark on there, so if anybody tries to steal this, you're on Chuck's lawsuit list.
That's right. That's right.
That's it. You're done. You're one and done.
Oh, man.
Mozman, it's
Chuck,
good.
man,
to see you.
it's so
Mozman,
good to see you. I can't even say my heart feels full right now. This is like old times. It's so good to see you.
Agreed.
It's great to be here, but we've got but another 2 more months, I think. But
Man, I think you should just join every week, man. It's just so good to see you. It's just so good to have you on the panel and to have you contribute, and just to see you is just, I mean, it's such a blessing, honestly.
hey, Chuck, I'll set you off on a rant. Mozman's in a dark room. He's got red lights. He's doing film.
Red light district.
So what are you shooting, Moslin, with all this red light in the background?
You know, actually, I've been so busy with work lately. I took on a bunch of freelance that I haven't shot in like over a month. But today, I have a new granddaughter, so I did a little photo shoot with her.
That's
Wow.
good. It's good,
Yeah.
man. Yeah.
I'm a young grandfather, but hey,
Yeah.
at least
Oh,
I
you
get
want
to
us
at
to
least
think,
I get to
you want
enjoy
us to
it.
think you're a young grandfather. Wait a minute. Take that hat off and we'll see how young you are. Wait a minute.
I still have a full head of hair.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Uh-oh, Chuck. You got to hold that up. We got to see that.
And to give up the
Ah,
Oh,
there we go.
Eminem.
He's
yeah,
nearly there.
yeah. But
See, you're back in the saddle, Chuck.
yeah.
There's
I
Maribel
can sit here for
as
2
a
hours
man.
and just watch Chuck.
We're just going to all sit here and stare at you and make you real uncomfortable.
Just like old times.
Yeah, like old
Yep.
times, you know.
Yeah.
You can just tell us
I
all
like
to
that.
shut up. Tell us all to shut up. Stop
Well,
talking.
I like
That's
that
not
nothing's
here.
changed. The studio's the same. The lights are the same. Everything's the same.
Yeah. He's got his fancy little touchpad in the corner where you can accept. Yeah, you got to start taking calls, Chuck.
Yeah. Eager.
I still got your number.
I got it. Wait a minute.
Wait, we want Chuck to stay. Don't make him take calls.
Yeah, I know. I'm only teasing.
Oh man. Eva. There it is.
Eva.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's been kicking butt, Chuck, on some of the pictures she's been submitting for the photo review.
I hear you.
Been doing very, very good, really good stuff.
Yeah, the quality of our photography is gone up.
Yes,
You know?
yeah.
Speak for
Unfortunately,
yourself.
the sad thing was she said that there's no camera clubs around where she lives where she could, shoot with other people. That's kind of horrible. That's kind of horrible. I think she did. I think she said she lives. Guys, correct me. Ava, did you said you lived in Louisiana? I think.
Yeah, Southern.
Yeah, she said
Louisiana.
there's no one there that can. No one in a club down there. That really stinks.
And hey, Ban Lee. That's lots got. There's a lot of good people here, and I why they aren't. Everybody should be joining to.
Just tell Chuck that I think he's made remarkable progress. He's a remarkable man.
Well, yeah, Chuck, I just heard from Anita. She come up from downstairs, and she says you are making remarkable progress, and she says you're a remarkable man, and just keep up the great work, and we're all rooting for you. And if you ever need speech practice, you got my number.
All right. I'll do it. Everybody has been so good to me, and I'm happy. Everybody, I can't see it enough.
Well, I'm going to start sending you a link every show, and you got to at least come on for a little while.
Well,
Yeah, and you got to fill
Hey,
in for me next week.
we got to break you in, man. We got to break you in.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think I'm about to hit my limit, and
Well, you got to remember the time is going to change too. So
Yeah, you're going to lose an hour tonight too, Chuck.
that's okay. I don't care.
I found this hour. We can extra one here.
Everybody is having fun. I don't want to go any well. Since I have the line here, it's everybody is wonderful, and take it from me. I'm one. I'm one person. I can't be. I can't even say it. But I want to say one more thing is thank you everyone so much, and I'm gonna get off my butt. Now,
I want to see those 600 PF bird shots, Chuck.
yeah. Thank you, Randall, and that's it. I'm gonna leave the die. I'll listen. But
That's okay.
we'll leave one band. Anyway,
Hey,
good luck.
thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah,
Right,
you got to
around.
take Chuck. This is just little steps. This is a
Yeah.
really big step. You being on here tonight,
Yeah,
and Jeff's attendance skyrocketed because you're here. You know, if we even got Mosman back, and he's been gone for a long time too.
yeah,
And
man.
it's great to see him. It's
Yeah.
great to see the old gang back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
you just keep on working, and if we can help you, just say so.
Yeah,
And like you got my
where
number.
we live. You got our phone numbers. You know where we live. Just make a phone call, man. We'll pick up the phone and we'll talk to you all day and really get you. I'll talk film cameras with you all day, Chuck, and make you really want to hang up on me.
All right. All right. All right.
Jeff, stop antagonizing Chuck. Come on.
Hey, he knows I love him. He knows I love him.
All right, man. Well, thank you all, everybody, so much. And I'll try to maybe get in for a minute. Next Wednesday. Yeah.
Saturday.
Next Friday or Saturday. Got it. All right.
We will send you the link now. Every week you're going to get a link with a little message. We expect you here, Chuck.
Yeah, you got to fill in
And Chuck-
for me next Saturday because I'm Scottish country dancing, and I'll be doing that instead of being on this show. So you can fill in for me.
All
So
right.
thank you very much.
One, David, that's totally unacceptable. Two,
We don't want to see it.
he won't take the challenge of having himself filmed doing this Scottish country dancing so he can share it to the rest of us so that we can enjoy seeing David Stewart dancing. Doesn't want to do it.
You just want to see
Also,
my legs.
Well, that could be. I hear you got good legs. What can I say?
Also, Chuck, before you leave, I just want to say one thing. There are so many people that miss you that are not here tonight that if you can, please make a post on your YouTube channel to let people know that you're going to be making guest appearances here on Jeff's channel on Saturdays. And I know they would love to see you. There's so many people that are always asking about you that just are not here tonight that I know they would tune in if they knew that you were going to be around.
Oh, well, man. Well, that's hard to, man.
Yeah, you'll get the folks from England and Germany that'll get up real early just because you're on, Chuck.
All right.
Yep.
Don't
All
wanna-
right. All right, man. I do this on Saturday night, and I think I might have to do something on Wednesday. So anyway, good to be here. Everybody won, and just remember, we're all one in the stamina. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye, Chuck. It's great
Take
to see you.
care, Chuck. Everybody give a round of applause to Chuck. Thanks, Chuck.
Well deserved.
The crowd goes wild, man. It's like the Beatles.
Chuckles.
And the Beatles
Man,
had hair.
well, I feel sorry for you, Jeff. How are you going to top that?
I'm ending the show right now, actually. Show's over. Bye, everybody. Oh man, it was great. Great that he came on, and
Was.
I talked to him earlier in the day, and he needs to come on for a little while. We got to keep him invigorated, man. We got to keep him going for that goal to get back on his channel and kicking butt again. So
It's good therapy, isn't it?
yeah, come on, and we're a good audience, man, to test us out. You know what I mean? So you're in a friendly neighborhood, so come on.
Well, if he says he's going to start on a Tuesday.
He's
Wednesday.
gonna do Wednesdays.
Wednesday at what time?
At 12:00 noon.
Oh, then I won't be able to do it because it'll be midnight for me. So.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
for Europe.
That's for Europe because he typically his schedule now is he kind of stated that he wouldn't be doing Saturdays anymore because usually he's going to bed at 10 o'clock now due to his everything he's gone through. I mean, that's his sleep cycle now. I mean, 10 o'clock is kind of his time to crash, so he wouldn't be able to do those 10-hour shows anymore. So he wants to focus on doing Wednesdays, so that because unfortunately I had to ignore the European market, couldn't do 2 live streams a week and be able to take any pictures at all, which obviously I like to do a lot. So I committed to doing Saturday, but I reneged on Wednesday, and I do feel bad about that because the people from Europe kind of got
Yeah, but if you
screwed. But
if you go for the European market, then you lose the Asian market.
But
so because I won't be able to, because I can't stay up at 1 o'clock in the morning for 5 hours. There's no way.
Well, I don't think he'll be doing any 5-hour shows.
Well, even 2 hours is 3 a.m.
But he'll be trying to do Wednesdays at some point, which is obviously completely up to him when he decides to do it. When he feels.
Then you'll close yours down.
I have no comment at this time.
He's going to close down his
you did
Wednesday
say you
show.
were going to. Remember, you said definitely.
Well, I mean, what I don't want is that I don't. if I feel that what I'm doing, or if when we get close to that point, I'll ask what the people in the chat want, because I don't want it to be Pete and repeat, because if Chuck comes on Wednesdays, I'm going to support him. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I'm going to support him. But I don't want to just regurgitate what he says on a Wednesday and do it on a Saturday, because that doesn't make any sense. Nobody wants to hear it.
You're different, though. You're different.
Well, that's what I need to know, is if people think that
I could tell you that right now.
if I'm different enough where the community would still want me to continue doing it, then I will obviously take that under serious consideration. I haven't made any decisions yet. I mean, I even had my wife say, why don't you just do it twice a month? Why don't you just do the photo review? Because the photo review, I think, I never want to see the photo review end. Never, 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 never. I mean, that is never going to die. So if something happened to me, I can rest assured that I'm going to be continuing to do that photo review every month. So in terms of, whether it's every week or twice a month or once a month, I don't know. I'm going to wait, when Chuck comes on and we're supporting him and he's back in the groove again, I'll do a survey or something and see what you guys want to see.
Because
night show.
Roy, it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning for you, Roy, right?
Yeah, it's happened before.
That never stopped Roy before. Exactly.
No, I didn't.
No.
I often got to see the sun come up.
Oh my God.
No, I'm sure, John, that also, for one, we cannot keep Chuck here for too long. Otherwise, Maribel will come and start going after Jeff and others in the panel. So it's good that he comes regularly, but for a short period of time. And I'm sure that his Wednesday is also going to be restricted. So, Jeff, I think we're still going to have chance to have a more kind of free type of talk on the Saturday, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get anybody nervous or anything, because I know how much you like my shiny head. But I mean, I just, like I said, I don't want to be repetitious. I mean, I mean, there's so much out there on YouTube now where I've cut back a lot on what channels I watch, because I just feel like I'm hearing the same thing 20 times over from 20 different people. And if I can't do something that's different or more entertaining in a different way, I'm leaving that up to you guys, okay? And we're not there yet, so don't worry. We're going to have a show next week and the week after, whatever. We're going to keep plugging away. But I'm glad Chuck decided to come on, because I'll be honest. On Monday or Tuesday, like when I usually put out the the thumbnail on Wednesday night is typically my routine. I put the thumbnail out on Wednesday night. I put the invites out to the people that normally come on the panel on Wednesday night. And so as of Wednesday, like I said, literally, there wasn't much to talk about. I mean, we could always find something to talk about, but there wasn't a lot to talk about, And then Thursday, the Nikon gods decided to drop a bomb on us to give us a little something to get the night started off with, which was good. But sometimes it is a little difficult, and that's where I want people from the like next week we'll have Scuba Razzi on, right? I want engagement. I want engagement with people on the panel, people in the chat. I want people that I don't care, come on for 5 minutes. Show something that you bought that you really are passionate about, that you like using, that quote unquote has changed how you do your photography, or has made a huge difference in your photography. Or maybe tell a story. Maybe you always did wildlife photos and now you've switched genres and you're doing macro, and you want to say, yeah, this is what I did. This is what I do now. And here's some examples of what I'm doing now, and share your excitement that you're doing something different than what you've done in the past. I mean, anything. I mean, just the engagement of the community is what Chuck's show and this show carrying over is all about. It's about everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody sharing information, and that's what we want. That's what we want.
No, but gradually it's coming that way, correct? That news from Kubarasi is fantastic, correct? I'm already looking forward to see what he had to say and the presentation.
Oh yeah, he's got a very nice outline. He's got a lot of pictures he's going to share. It's going to be a lot of fun. So like I said, he didn't respond back whether he wants to come on at 11 p.m. Eastern time or stick to the 10 p.m. time slot. But either way, figure between 10 and 11 next Saturday, unless something occurs out of the ordinary, that we expect him to be able to come on and do a PowerPoint presentation and share photos and have a good discussion. And whether you ever have an inkling or desire to do underwater photography, you're going to get something out of it. And you may find that I'd say probably 2/3 of the people here have gone on a trip at one point in their life where they did snorkeling, where they put a mask and a snorkel on and they swam around, and water depth 20 feet deep, 30 feet deep, coral underneath you, nice small fish swimming around, and you're like, boy, I wish I had a camera to take pictures of this. Well, I'll be able to tell you what camera you could get to take pictures of that. So you're going to get something out of it. You really will. He's a very interesting guy. He really is. And maybe I'm gonna jump ahead here to a few other little things, non-red related.
Good.
I think we beat the red to death. Let's see. Oh, for those of you who may, and I've mentioned this this source of information on the show before, Photography Life. I enjoy Photography Life. I get automatic emails from them when they come out with new stories, and they talk. They do lens reviews, they do camera reviews, and they do a great job. And right now they have an article. They reviewed the Z 85 millimeter f1.2s series lens, and they compared it to the 50 millimeter f1.2s, the 85 1.8s, and the 135 1.8s Plena. And they show sample photos from all those different lenses at the same settings, and very well done. And one thing that was very interesting is you would think, okay, let's just talk a minute here, the 85 1.8 versus the 85 1.2. So you would think, that's not that big of a difference, you're saying to yourself, right? Most of us are saying 1.8, 1.2, not a huge difference. I'll tell you, when you see some of the sample images that they took, there is a noticeable change in bokeh and background blur from shooting wide open at 1.8 versus shooting wide open at 1.2. And you wouldn't think it would be that big of a difference, but it's a big enough difference where you spot it right away. You really do.
That's if you're into bokeh anyway.
Gotta go.
But they had a great review, so I highly recommend those that have any interest in any of those lenses that you're going to get something out of that article. It's a very good article. John, you taking off on us?
Yeah, it's lunchtime.
Time to eat.
Gotta take that.
Enjoy your old AIS lens.
Okay.
Yes,
And,
you'll like that lens. You'll like that lens.
I'm sure we'll
Just
stand by for some more Mr. Wu stuff.
just like I said,
Woo.
just make sure whatever you're putting it on, it isn't going to damage your camera, though. You want to
No, I put it on the FTZ adapter,
FTZ, okay.
so if it works, it should be okay. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
I assume. All right, so if you're into vintage cameras, like and what did they say? Like and subscribe. There you go.
Like and subscribe. Yeah, check out John's channel.
Yeah,
and,
Mr. Wu.
John Ishyi's
Dr.
channel
Wu. Dr.
and
Wu.
his Mr. Wu series. It's not Mr. Boo, it's Mr. Wu.
Yeah, just
See if
like-
see if
just
you
like
can
this-
convince Mr. Wu to run for president of our country. We need him.
just
An
like Steely,
improvement.
just like the old Steely Dan song, Mr. Wu.
Yeah.
And I hope I can get this monetization thing sorted out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, your situation makes it 10 times more
It's,
complicated.
it's pretty much of a lost cause.
Oh man.
All right, guys, take care.
Take care.
See you, John.
Now Gray's
Hey,
on
look at
Gray's.
this. I'm going to steal the show with my granddaughter.
Oh my God!
Beautiful.
You took that picture. You took that
Put it in the
picture,
middle.
Tim.
Yeah, I just took that today.
Wow, so beautiful. Now we know what kind of photographer you are. Beautiful. But I tell you one secret, Tim. I like photography wildlife, correct? The only thing that I can do in addition to wildlife is kids because they are the closest to wildlife. So when my son was young, wow, I took a lot of pictures because it was fun. It was like wildlife.
Yeah,
so
it is.
You're going to have a lot of fun.
It
But
really
beautiful.
is fun. I love taking pictures of my daughters when they were young, and just I love taking pictures of kids.
Well,
They're not the
Congratulations.
most cooperative of subjects, but when you nail it, you nail it.
The same challenge.
well, think about what our parents did for us. All using probably Kodak cameras back in the day that didn't cost a lot of money, right? But they took a gazillion photos of us when we were children, and they would print them out, and they'd be like on the 4x6 or even the 3.5 by 5 1/4 or whatever, even smaller ones. So I mean, I got shoe boxes full of prints, that are really, really, really tiny from my mom taking the pictures, when I was a kid. And
Then when they become teenagers, you don't take any photos anymore for a little while.
well, the thing,
For a little while.
they didn't worry about having the latest and greatest or the best stuff. They just wanted that image of you blowing out your birthday candles or opening up your Christmas present on Christmas morning, and with whatever camera they had. They didn't get all hung up on what camera it was. And the bottom line is those images hold up for a real long time, especially the black and white ones. I mean, I got black and white ones that my dad had taken of him when he was in the Navy and during World War II, and he was in Hawaii, and I got all these pictures of all his fellow mates, on the beaches of Hawaii, getting their picture taken and stuff, and they're all black and white, and they all still look really, really good.
You better digitize them before they go.
But
Well,
Tim,
I
you already won next photo review with that photo.
I have so many photos. I probably shot about 400 or 500 photos today. And there's probably, as you know, if you're shooting kids, there's probably maybe half a dozen keepers.
Exactly. Beautiful. That's what delete button is, and you keep the good ones. Fantastic.
Yep, absolutely.
So
a
how
lot of
old is he on
distractions,
that
a lot of people dancing in the background to get the attention, and you got to do what you can.
That's
So
going
how
to
old
be your third job now.
Yeah,
Baby photography.
she's about 8 months old, just over 8 months, a few days over 8 months.
Wow.
Yeah. See, you're not busy enough yet, man. You see, if you got one waking hour.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I got a full-time job. I took on a bunch of freelance, and
You're not busy enough. You're not busy enough. You still have hair on your head. You're not busy enough.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah. Next week, guys, Maz will be bald.
Exactly.
Hey, I had a twin brother, and I went gray way before he did, and that was because I was married with kids. So it's coming. It's coming.
Well, then when you have grandkids or your kid kids are still getting on your nerves a little bit, then that's when you start losing what little you have left. You know.
It's all right. It's worth it. You know what? It's worth it.
We got another a guest here, someone who says A lot, and I say B, but he always says A. I don't know. A.
Hey guys.
It's shrunk.
No, I'm screwing around with this.
Honey, I shrunk the Joe. I shrunk the Joe.
I was trying to get this variable ND to work with like as much tape as I could, but it's not happening. How you guys doing?
Good. Hey, I want you to tag along with Mr. Stewart and get pictures of him doing the country line dancing stuff.
Country line dancing?
Yeah,
Scottish country dancing.
Scottish country dance.
Oh, the fling, the men's fling for Robbie Burns Day. Okay, that's a cook. That's a cook.
You know, you could do a video and put it on your channel.
Well, you know, I won the men's fling at a Highland contest a few years ago, so maybe I'll be a ringer. Maybe I'll get involved. I'm just kidding. How you guys doing tonight?
We're doing good. You missed Chuck. Chuck was on for an hour with us.
No, I missed Chuck.
You missed Chuck.
Yeah, you missed Chuck.
Okay, so you are here thou banned from the channel because you missed Chuck.
I mean, I'm just here to see Randall relax in his chair. I mean, the man is relaxed. He is set up. He is doing the horizontal tango, and it's magical. Randall, how many rooms do you live cast from? Like every time I see you, it's a different position and a different angle, and it's beautiful. I love it.
You know, why is it out of everybody on the panel right now, he's the only guy that looks like he's retired?
Yeah, he's the only one that looks comfortable and relaxed. The rest of us are like, ooh, and Randall's just like, man, I'm just here for a good time. Don't worry about it.
I'm glad he doesn't have a glass with an umbrella in the top type of thing, you know.
Next time.
Yeah, next time we'll have to do that.
Yeah.
Talking about daylight saving times, one thing here, since we always remember tonight to also change your cameras, because on the C8 you have to change it manually. On the C9 you either have to remember you can adjust automatically the time using the GPS data, but go to the setup, time and date, and change it, because it's annoying when you take a photo and then find out that I didn't take that photo at that time.
Well, Gustavo, there is an easier way to do it for those who use SnapBridge.
Crap bridge.
Don't get Roy going. You're gonna get Roy. Oh, you got Roy going.
I know, Roy. This is one of the things that it does right. There are very few.
Barely.
But this is one of them. It'll actually set the time on your camera.
Okay.
And that's what I did when I went to Madeira, when coming back through Toronto, whatever. I just used it to set the time. And it gets the time zone and everything. And I don't do that on my Z9 because it's got a built-in GPS, but I use that on my 8, which is still at Nikon being repaired. And I do that on my F.
Okay, so that's the other way to do it, correct? You can do it on
that's another way to do it.
Beautiful. So I thought that I remind everybody here today to do it, and now we either have the GPS on the C9, you connect it for a little while, you have it off. On the C8, you have to go on CF, you have to go manually and change it, or like Mr. Stewart suggested here, SnapBridge or CrapBridge, that's what I call it.
There are very few things that it does well. Well, actually, there's nothing it does well. There are a few things that it does well, moderately well. You know, nothing great, but that's one of them. It'll set the time for you if you can ever get the two synchronized.
And David, that's one of the things I applaud about all camera companies is no matter what mobile app they develop, it's like printer technology. We come so far, but the printer just ain't going to work. And the mobile apps all suck. Like the Fuji one sucks. I tried using the Sony one time. Like it's just amazingly bad. Like it's aggressively bad. You're like trying to get the photo, like the animal is being gone for 30 minutes. Like it's procreated. There's a new generation of animal, and you're still trying to get your phone to connect to your camera.
And it shouldn't be that way, you know, because if they can come out with all of this firmware and whatever, why can't they fix the interface software?
Yes.
No, I know it's
But anyway,
David, I know we kind of due to our special guest tonight that I was very happy that he came on. Obviously, it's 10:40. Why don't you give us a little information of your trip, like why you chose that location? Tell us a little bit about it and what kind of pictures you actually took, because I'm sure it wasn't Aurora Borealis shots.
well, can you give me 30 seconds to refresh my glass, and I'll be right back.
Absolutely, and I'll put you on the big screen.
Okay.
As Ed Sullivan would say, we're in for a really big shoe.
So while we wait to hear, the other thing that we can remind people, I don't know how many DxO pure raw users we have here, but there is a new version that I do. It's part of my workflow, so I did update it. So it's not a free update, but it definitely it's. I think it's an improvement. It cleans the files very well when creating these DNG files. So one time we can talk about workflows as well for raw processing. I put I put a slide on that, but for sure those here in the channel that want to reminder that there is a new version that seems to be very good.
Yeah, if you go on Nikon Rumors, I don't typically get into the software stuff a lot, because it's like every time you go on Nikon Rumors, it seems like there's 10 software manufacturers that are coming out with an update or a change or adding capability for something that got added to a camera, 2 weeks before or a month before. And I figure if you want that information, you know where to go find it, because it's just, we could spend an hour just hitting all the, whether it be Topaz or DxO, or it's just, the list goes on and on and on. Like every week, it seems like somebody's coming out with a new version.
I just report on the ones that I use, correct? Because that's every workflow is different. So that's all right, Mr. Stewart.
Yeah, we're going to drag David over here to the big screen and let him give you a little summation about his journey, his trip.
Well, it's I really didn't pick this location. Anita did, and she took me along. But it was a great idea. It's nice and warm. It's Madeira. It's just west of Casablanca, about a couple 100 miles or so in the Atlantic. It's a nice little island. It's volcanic. It's the highest feature that we were at was at 1,500 meters. The only thing is the top of the clouds were at 1,450. So we were there, we're up at this nice viewpoint, and we looked horizontally and we saw clouds. But we did see one other hill, but when we looked down, all you saw was clouds. But anyway, it was great. It's because it's volcanic, you get an awful lot of ups and downs. And the wider roads have a center line painted in it, because majority of them aren't wide enough to have a center line. And then it was up and down. It was 30 kilometers across the island. And so we drove across on the old roads, what used to be the main road, and it took us an hour. And 95% of the driving was in second gear, because the car that we had didn't have enough power to get into third. And then again, you know, you're getting into third because sometimes the road was just like the back alley. That's how much space that you had, and you had people coming in from both sides and whatever. And if you ever met a bus, well, one of you had to stop and back up so that you could pass each other. It was really tight. It's we did get SIM cards for my phone and for my iPad so we can find our way around. And Google was really nice and told us all the street names. The only thing is Madeira, there's no street signs. So when we're coming to so-and-so avenue or street, and they said to turn on it, there's no sign. But that's neither here nor there. But we made it there, we made it back. It's a small island. They've been getting an awful lot of money from Europe to improve the infrastructure. And so the airport is big enough for 737s and I think it's an A321, the European model. And it's and there's only one runway, and it's on the south side of the island. So when you have a north wind, depending on how turbulent the airflow is, whether the plane can land or not. But it was great coming in. When we flew, we went from Calgary to Toronto to the Azores, and then we picked up a turboprop for 2 hours for the last flight into Madeira. And I figure if you're flying in a turboprop, you got a much better chance of making it there because they fly slower and they can land in worse conditions. But there are flights there from every capital city in Europe. And so, and English is the second language to an awful lot of the people. We didn't have a problem communicating. And you sure notice it as being from North America, being unilingual, and some of the people that we came across, they could get along in a dozen different languages. And, you know, and kudos to them because it's something that we just don't do here. Took an awful lot of scenery shots because the scenery is great. The only thing is it was hazy pretty well every day there. So there was always a bit of haze in the pictures. And there's a fair constant north breeze. And so I got lots of pictures of the wave action and I got ocean spray up 15, 20 meters up into the air, you know, so that if you're walking along the shore or some of these other places, you really had to watch the waves or else you'd be having a free shower. And there were some swimming places that were closed because of the weather when we were there, that were on the north side. On the south side, being in the lee, it was totally different. They actually had some sandy beaches, but I think the sand was imported because it was a fairly light color, whereas all the natural stuff there is all fairly dark.
Did you find a sticker on the sand that said "Made in China"?
No, but I think it's some of it
Taste
came
the
from
lead.
Sierra, you know, which is not that far away.
Yeah.
But as and everybody drives on the right is all of your rental cars or the majority of them are standards. I think you can get an automatic, but you'll pay extra for that. I've driven standards ever since I was 10 or 12, so it doesn't bother me.
Is the steering wheel on the right-hand side, though? You're on the opposite side of the car driving?
Correct
The
side.
steering wheel was on the left,
Okay.
and you know, so which is normal for us.
Yeah.
All except for Roy. It's the opposite side for him.
Yeah.
But and it was great. They did have some modern highways that went halfway around the island where it was divided, and they had lots of tunnels, so he didn't do the ups and downs. But if the slope on the road was less than 12%, there was no sign. So there was an awful lot of hills you'd be going up, and you'd have to downshift from fifth to second. You know, it's the car that we had was a bit underpowered, but don't think I needed any more power. But lots of time is the pedal to the metal just to keep up.
So did you do a lot of street photography then?
I did a fair bit of street photography. You know, there's lots of things to see. I brought a tripod, but I shot everything handheld. And I got some good waterfall shots that I took at 1.3 seconds handheld with my Z8. And it's and about a third of the way through the trip, my camera strap broke. It came off the camera, and this is after it was repaired by Nikon during the recall. So it's back with Nikon. So, but
you didn't read the instructions that said you can't take it and like kind of twirl it around like this when you're walking?
no, I didn't. It was sitting on the seat beside me on a tour bus when it come off.
Wow.
Yeah. So it wasn't under tension when it come off.
Oh, that's even scarier. That's even scarier.
Yeah, and so somewhere inside my Z8, there is a loose screw that Nikon has to find when they take the camera apart before they put it back together.
Where's Waldo?
Because they really don't want that to touch a circuit board or something like that.
And you could hear it?
Pardon?
You could hear it?
No.
The screw?
You can't. It's jammed someplace.
That's if it's ever in.
Yeah,
Maybe they forgot to put it in when they repaired it.
Anyway, we'll see what happens when it comes back. You know, what it's like, but it's brought, unless the technician that's doing it is come across this before and knows where to look. He could be in there for a long time because this screw is very fine. You know, it's less than a millimeter in diameter, and it's short.
Yeah, it's probably like a number 2 screw or something like that.
The rub screw.
Wow.
Yeah. But anyway, it's other than that, my Z8 it worked fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's a lovely camera for walking around with. I had a choice of that or my ZF, and I think I made the right choice by taking the Z8 with me. It's a little bit bigger, but it works, and it was just great for low light. I didn't drive at all in the dark because I had enough trouble getting around the daylight.
Any photos to share, David?
I have a Google photo site. I'm not at home right now, so I can't share anything from my iPad.
Okay.
But what I will do is when I get my site up and going is I'll put it in the comments later on so that you come back and see the link, because I think I can do that in the comments after the show is over.
Yeah.
But I only took 3,344 pictures, plus I shot some video, which I normally don't do, but my video is all of birds. And all the birds were in cages, and some of the cages were that big that we were in the cages with the birds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I did some iPhone, well, I should say I have an Android phone photography because the lens is small enough that I could fit between the wire and the cages. You know, because I got some good bird photos that way. You know, and you got to use the right piece of equipment for the job. You know, sometimes it's your Z8, and sometimes it's your phone. You know.
So, David, is it like many of these Atlantic islands that has a green side and a dry side, or a wet side and a
It's
dry side?
not big enough to have both. You know, but the north side is damper than the south side, and there was an awful lot of bananas there, and they had the bananas needed more rain. You can see from the leaves that they were starting to suffer. You know, and they grow sugar cane, and you know what the byproduct of sugar cane is.
Exactly, rum.
A good time. A very, very good time.
And so I picked up a couple of bottles, and one of them is a single cask bottle, and it's a pretty decent rum. If you come up, Gustavo, I'll crack it for you.
Okay.
Yeah. And one of these days I'll get to meet Joe, and I can have something else with him, you know. But anyway.
A Pepsi.
Or gotta be a Diet Coke there. Gotta watch the calories. So
You got to
yeah.
do a mini documentary on David doing aurora borealis shots, and you can be out there very, very early in the morning, and you can be filming him setting up what he does to get those shots, and make a little documentary out of it.
Is this before or after we consume the rum in the morning?
Exactly.
There'd be some really creative pictures. Like, man,
your hands steadier, then drink it early.
Yeah, I've never seen the aurora borealis move that way. I didn't know it went up and down versus north and south. Like, motion blur.
You'd be surprised at how the aurora moves, Joe. You know, I've got some shots,
especially on rum, Joe.
So the final question here, David, is: would you go back? Would you go back there, or is once enough?
To get there, we had to overnight in Toronto, but it's worthwhile going back. But if you go there, because there's 7 hours time difference, so like they're the same time zone as the UK.
Okay.
You know, you've got to stay there a significant amount of time for your body to adjust. And then you got to realize the same thing is going to happen when you come back. You know,
that's what the rum's for.
Yeah. But when you go to a restaurant, water, pop, and beer are the same price.
Okay.
What price is that? That could be great depending on which one. Like if it's all the price of water, that's a great problem.
No, maybe water's $20 a glass. Who knows, right?
No, it's depending on the size. It's about €2.50 for water, for pop, and beer. And wine is different. You know, so you pick your poison when you're having a meal. You know, and the beer there is fantastic. They make it on the island, and it is, well, they have different beers, but the most popular one, man, does it ever go down well, and it comes in half-liter glasses. You know, which is a good size.
So there's no excuse to drink water.
Well, you don't want to drink pure water because you need the minerals and whatever in it. You know, but they're like there's no real excuse. But if you want Gatorade, it's more. You know, it's at least €1 more a bottle than beer. You know, so you got to watch out for that, and you can get your beer anywhere. Is the pub that we went to was called their neighborhood pub, and they specialized in football, and not the North American football, the football that everybody else plays. And,
Did you try the Madeira port? Because the port, I mean, they produce a very famous type of, I think it's a sweet type of more mature wine called port, correct? And Madeira is famous for that.
I didn't have any. I think Anita might, because I've been trying to watch my calories, and beer was enough. But the food was fantastic, and there's one restaurant we went to every other night, and we're made it about a third of the way through their special menu that they had, and the way they did up their salmon, it was just fantastic, and
sorry guys, doggy duties here.
Doggy duty.
It's funny. My dad's on a cruise right now. He trades constantly traveling. He's on a cruise right now.
And Anita wants to make a couple of comments. She's just around the corner.
Oh, no, I just came up. I was going to say about the port and that, and the Madeira. Their Madeira wine is not quite as sweet as a port. It's a little bit different, but the port they make on the mainland of Portugal is really good.
Yeah. But we had a great time, and we did a lot of walking. There was lots of ups and downs. It's a person that's into walking. It's a fantastic place to go. But you're going to be. They have footpaths everywhere, but there's nothing that's horizontal. It's all vertical, and they got lots of steps. Is an awful lot of the sidewalks are stone, and as we came across one place where they're repairing a sidewalk, and they're replacing the stone in it, and the stone would all be done in patterns, and they did a great job. As they used a special type of cement that is not as fine as the cement that we have, and I think it has to do with a trick that the Romans did. So when they made their cement, they didn't grind it as fine; they left it as coarse, and so it became self-healing. It wasn't as strong, but because the grain size was bigger, is with moisture over the years, it would self-heal the cracks, which our cement does not do.
Sounds like pumice cement.
Say again?
Sounds like pumice cement.
Yeah, I've got a picture of the bag, and I'm going to have to look it up. They say it's a Portland cement, but it's not like a type of Portland that I've ever seen here. But I'm working on a set of photos. I got it cut down to 150, and I've got comments on some of them. But I'll post the link next week in the chat when I make it back to Calgary.
Sounds good.
If anybody got any questions that I can answer quickly.
Yeah.
What's the weather like?
The weather was really great. Low 20s most days, and most days sunshine. A few days where it was a bit grayish.
Yeah.
Not that great for taking photos, but nonetheless, you can't always have everything you want. It's subtropical, so they don't know what cold weather is.
Yeah.
Cold for them is around 13, 14.
They were wearing parkas and I was in shorts and sandals.
Is he getting in the
But anyway,
Well, I'm not going to make any comments because last time I made a comment, I got scolded.
Well, I'm not going to scold you. But anyway, yeah.
And you're serious? You want pictures of him in his kilt?
Sure. Yeah,
'Cause
why not?
I have some of those.
Why not, man? I wanna see a video of the dancing.
Well, the last video I did of him dancing was in 2010, so it's a bit old.
It's a bit dated. But that was in Scotland
Yeah.
with other people wearing kilts.
Well, hey, why not?
Yeah.
So you blended in.
You blended it.
You blended in.
It's camo for the locals.
Yeah, it's not like they said, look at the guy with the shorts on.
But anyway, it was a good time. If you're going to be there, don't go for a week. Stay for at least 2.
Yeah, and if you're a hiker, you'll have all kinds of things to do. And if you're driving on those secondary roads and the little ones that are going up the mountain, you'll learn to love tunnels.
The tunnels are relatively flat. Yeah. Relatively flat there means less than a 10% slope.
Well, thank you for sharing the information. I'm gonna throw a question at Mr. Roy because he hasn't gotten any exposure tonight, so we're gonna drag Roy over.
Roy.
Last stream when you weren't able to come on until later on in the chat. Earlier in the stream, I shared the pictures that you had sent me with the different fisheye lenses.
Oh yeah.
Do you have what is your favorite fisheye lens?
I'm not really fond of fisheye at all, but they're just nice to have in case you need something spicy. This is a nice little one. It says, where am I? 7.5mm. But
Now,
you need
that one you got to be careful, right? Because it goes in.
Yeah.
You might have to
goes into the camera.
You might have to lift up your mirror, right?
Wow.
Not if you use on a Z with an FTZ adapter.
Okay.
This
Roy,
is a
I like
later
how you
one.
said you don't like fisheyes, but there's one within arm's reach.
I don't like fish eyes, but here's 75 different versions I
There's
have.
more than one within arm's reach.
Yeah.
This is an 8mm. This is 2.8. That's nice.
Now, do you like one that specifically is a fisheye period versus one that's a zoom that's a fisheye effect at the short?
Well, when the 8-15 came out, I had a look at that, and it's okay, and it was nice, but I'd rather either have one or the other. It's either the round fisheye or the square fisheye.
Okay.
I don't like it in the same lens. It got confusing. Also, it wasn't quite as sharp.
Hey, Jeff,
but you can get some really
came
nice
up with
effects.
something.
Came up with something?
Yeah, so this book right here, for those that don't have it, I'm going to cut everything out of this book and put it on shelves behind me. I'm going to pretend I'm Roy. I'm going to have a copy of everything.
100 years of Nikon, yeah. Yeah, well, Nikon's got the 100. Roy has the 100 years right next to him.
Yeah, that's the Russian fisheye.
I wonder how that tastes. I feel like that's a Russian dish.
Wow.
16
It looked like
millimeters.
it had a little vodka.
Yeah, a little cabbage
caviar.
mixed in there.
I'm gonna
Caviar
find you
right
home for that. It's not a Nikon.
Did you put Mom to the bathroom?
Yeah, I'll do it in a minute.
Make sure you take some photos while you do it with a fisheye.
You did hear that, did you?
Yeah, you wouldn't have said
No,
that
no,
comment if
definitely
you
not.
heard the previous comment.
I was looking for the mute button and I couldn't find it in time. I may have to go for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Back soon.
All right.
Bye, Roy. We miss you already.
But the one of the grays on one of their live streams, their title was Z9H or Z63, which should come first? I kind of think that's a no-brainer. I mean, I think the Z6 III needs to come first. I mean, that's the more of the all-rounder, general purpose, friendly, theoretically a much more friendly price point for people. The Z9H to me is is unnecessary. I mean, the only reason you would do that is if you really feel that you have to respond to Sony. And be honest with you, I'd rather have Nikon wait and come out with, when they come out with one that it's has better dynamic range in the camera and things like that. Wait and come out with something that's like the next generation of that global shutter,
red
rather than
technology.
jumping on board with what's out there now. Wait until you can come out with something that people would feel there's no compromises with. You know what I'm saying? That's my opinion.
Not minor upgrades, something that's wholesale, like beats the
Yeah.
competition and incorporates some red codecs into it, because they own them now and there's no more lawsuits, and it's exciting. It's very exciting. When I saw that news this week, I was like, Nikon, that is cool. That's the first thing I've seen in a while in the camera industry that I thought was like kind of a shakeup, and it's pretty dope.
Well, if you want to, you weren't here earlier, but if you want to see the most excited person about the announcement, go watch Frames TM's video, because you would think he's ready to jump out of his shirt. He's so.
I thought he did. I thought he hulked out of it.
He was almost like uncontrollable.
Yeah.
He was so excited. I mean,
it's great.
It was funny. It was funny. It was cool.
It's super good, because I mean, when you look at the Panasonic, Blackmagic, like Leica agreement that's in place, it's so great that Nikon's doing that, because Canon doesn't really have like a cinema partner. Sony doesn't either, because their cinema cameras are so well established. So Nikon's definitely like making a play to like say like, hey, like we're gonna get in this space too. And I mean, Red is so great, and they're floundering a little bit. So if they could bring in some of the Nikon glass and autofocus and pair that with the amazing sensors and image technology that they have, I mean, it could make some pretty cool cameras. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Red technology anytime soon in a Nikon camera, but it'd be pretty cool to see a Red camera incorporate some of Nikon's autofocus pieces.
I think with either partner, I shouldn't say partner, with Red and Nikon, with either one basically saying, I picked your brain, you picked my brain. We're going to come out with model XYZ, and you're going to come out with model ABC. That's going to be your typical. Even if you rushed it, that's going to be your typical 2-year design cycle. From the thought process to before anybody sees anything. I mean, the only like my opinion is the only thing that they could do, pretty much, probably within the first, say, we'll be a little slack here and say within the first 6 months, is offered a Nikon lenses as a change the mount if they want to. Now that they own them, they can say, well, you're going to put the native mount's going to be a Z mount, and we're going to supply lenses, and then we'll have adapters for people that want to use Canon lenses or whatever other lens they want to use. If they want to go that far, that's something you could do quickly and provide lenses, and then develop new ones. And then on the other end, you could do firmware updates to change some of the video codecs or profiles or raw compression or what have you, to some of the more advanced technology that Red might have, and put that in some of your cameras. And then, but before you actually come out with like a, something that's a whole new idea, I think you're looking years down the road. It's not going to be something like you flip a switch and it just happens.
Yeah, no, it takes time. And I think the thing that's unique about Red, though, is it is a much smaller company.
Oh, yeah.
So I think, there's a lot more flexibility with what they would be able to do with that being smaller. I wouldn't be surprised if we did see, like, if there was going to be a cross-branded camera come out, this would be the combination, right? Like we wouldn't see it with any of the other companies that have agreed with partnerships and things like that. I think with this one being so unique and both companies being in such separate spaces, you know, I think we could, yeah, to your point, Jeff, really see some great synergy between the two and see them push the envelope a little bit, which would be pretty awesome. And I think there's stuff that Red offers that would benefit hybrid shooters for sure. And, you know, I think, you know, there's a lot of value Nikon brings to the table, you know, in terms of glass as well as the autofocus that would really help Red kind of get back to where they used to be. Cause, you know, it's been a few years since they've had a new release that's really excited a lot of people. So,
and Nikon has a healthy financials, so they could pump in some money into Red. Because the good thing with a company like Red, you know, a company that's small like that is you don't have all. I'm not going to say the word. I'll just abbreviate. You don't have all the bureaucratic BS. You know what I'm saying? Because you wouldn't survive when you have a huge company. You got too many levels of, you know, this guy's got to approve it. This department's got to approve it. Oh, we got to have a committee. Oh, we got to have this. Then it's got to go to the VP, and then, you know, or whatever. And it takes forever for that concept to happen because there's just too many people in the mix, too many opinions that get thrown out. And when you have a small company, you're scratching and fighting every day just to stay viable. You come up with an idea. It's like it's almost like, you know, one guy just turns around and says, Joe, what do you think? Good idea, do it. Yeah, go do it. And they just do it. You know, there's not, you don't need 50 signatures to get things done. So, you know, hopefully Nikon lets them, you know, in terms of their thought process and their, keep them lean, you know, let them kind of run on their own, and you kind of pick each other's brains. And okay, I picked your brain, now I'm going to do my thing over here. You pick my brain, you do your thing over here, and we'll talk once in a while, but we're not going to step all over your toes. We're going to let you continue to innovate and put out stuff probably quicker than Nikon can, because you don't have that bureaucratic structure.
And their production's usually a lot smaller in terms of the runs they do, because it's just sitting on the cameras, right?
How many people we're gonna run out and buy a $40,000
Oh, not that much.
movie camera. Their cheapest camera is $6,000 without a lens. That's only one model. Everything after that is like 14, 15K up to 35,000 plus with no lenses at all. No accessories at all, just the basic box. So, I mean, I don't think anybody in this sphere of influence of this channel is going to run out and buy one tomorrow.
Just frames.
Ozman might, because he wants to get good video of his grandchild.
Already have one. Sold my car, bought a Red.
Okay.
It's pending transactions.
So now he's walking to go see his grandkids.
Got rid of the car seat, got one of those, you know, carriers, just strap it to my chest.
Yeah, David hit the nail on the head here. This is exactly what I want to. This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. This is what I want to see learned or shared, or, you know, higher bit rates, better dynamic range, maybe better compression technology, better improving buffering speed and buffering size for video files and stuff like that. I mean, everything else at this point is just either gimmicky stuff that some people love it, you know, is either gimmicky stuff, or it's going to be fine tuning, you know, continuing to fine tune your autofocus, or continuing to fine tune or improve your IBIS, or your low light capability, or reducing your noise in your images. But for me, it's like, stop the megapixel crap, excuse my language, stop the megapixel wars, and start worrying about start improving dynamic range and your bit rate, and that'll make people a lot more happy than worrying about other things. Other things.
See, the X-Speed 7 has the Nikon RAW built into it right into the chip. And a certain amount of that they can't change with firmware, if they can change any of that with firmware. So when Nikon comes out with their X-Speed 8 or 9, it'll have some of the Red technology built into it. And
no
then
lawsuit.
and then things go ahead an awful lot faster. And with that, we should get better dynamic range. When we get the chip designers for Nikon and Red getting together, or the sensor designers, there's a lot of synergy to be built in between the two. And there's a lot of advantages. I can see Nikon shipping some people over to Red for sabbatical or whatever. And the same thing going the other way, and that's got to happen. And the two will work together because they're much better together than they are apart.
Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah.
there's no competition between them. Like they're in completely
Right,
different markets, so there's no harm in them sharing. They're not killing each other's market share.
Yeah. It's a win-win now. It's now a win-win. Nobody loses. Nobody loses. Everybody wins. So
Yeah,
exactly.
and the Red cameras changing over to the Z mount, that'll give us a really good adapter so we can start using RF flash on our Z cameras, and somebody's got some noise.
Yeah, somebody's mic just dropped. A mic drop.
But anyway,
good old-fashioned mic drop.
I can see advantages for us. It'll take a couple of years. It'll probably take more than that. But the easy thing is to change the mount on the rig.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then an awful lot of things will come out of that. But anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I just see that it's going to be a very good thing in the end. I mean, but for some that think there will be some, I think once the deal is officially closed, approved by regulators, whatever, all that BS is done, and I think within the first 6 months you're going to see some whatever they could do quickly will happen quickly. And then you're going to have a 2 or 3 year wait before you really start seeing the real advantages of the purchase. That's when you're going to see the big stuff happening. And the interesting thing is, like I said, Gray's had the opinion that Nikon, to me, the red Cine cameras are at 10 levels higher than any of us would ever need or ever use. And from a cost perspective, many of us could never afford to buy them either. So, you could either, maybe Nikon says, well, yeah, we're going to do a cinema camera and it's going to have our badge on it, but you guys do the body and some of the hardware stuff, and we'll do the user interface, and we'll do some other stuff, and we'll put our name on it, and we'll price it where it's competitive with, some of the, what's out there in the Canon world or what's out there in the Sony world, for the next tier up, and but time will tell. No, we know that's all, us guessing and trying to outthink them or assume we know what they're going to do. But I don't know. They may just say, what we want to do is just make our hybrid cameras even better, because I don't think Nikon's going to be sitting there worrying about what they put into a hybrid camera affecting Red's current line of products, because it's for a whole different audience. It's like you're not making quantities. It's for somebody doing the next Star Wars movie. It's not for Joe's not going to go out and buy one tomorrow.
No, not gonna happen. Speaking of me though, I got to drop, guys. Sorry.
All right, take care, Joe.
All right, take care, Joe.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Yeah,
night.
you too.
See you, Joe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drop by
yeah.
for coffee someday, Joe.
Sure. See you guys.
Take care.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah, Red is a private company, but usually anytime a foreign company is going to buy something that's based in the United States, there's some review process by somebody, but it's going to be quick. It's not going to hold nothing up, but there's going to be something there, and just for when they look at you want to make sure that you're not controlling the market, and things are still competitive out there, and you're not going to be the only one people can go to, which is obviously not the case, because you got Airy, which is like a different even higher price point than the Red stuff is, but you'll have some stuff. It's for all intents and purposes. They don't see it as a problem. They're already announcing it. To them, it's a done deal. They already know who they're giving X amount of money to make the deal happen, and it's going to happen relatively quick. And then from there, like I said, they got to get the sharing of the engineering minds and the synergies and determining what they want to share, what they want to take from each other to help each other's products get even better, and then come out with those products. So it's going to be a little while, but when, like I said, when everybody's all excited, well, Nikon's now in the cine game. Well, they're not. That's kind of like not how people were looking at Nikon being in the cine game. They weren't looking at, oh, you're in the cine game, but the stuff's 15 grand or higher. That isn't what people are thinking when they say, oh, I want to be in the cine game. They're looking at,
Sony and Canon have both got cine cameras, so now Nikon has.
yeah, they're like, I want more LUTs, I want 8K or 8K. I want higher bit rate. I want more LUTs. I want more control. Blah 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 blah.
Well, Nikon glass has been in the cine game all along.
Yeah. But
now
not with them though.
Well,
They pretty much tied in. They pretty much went to bed with Canon, so I'm sure Canon isn't too happy right now.
Well, maybe you should talk to Albert about what adapters they could use to get your Nikon glass on there, and somebody was probably doing it. Because from what I've been hearing is that Hollywood uses a fair bit of Nikon glass. It all depends on the effect you want.
A lot of them like those old AIS lenses as well that John had earlier, like the 24mm AIS. A lot of the video people love those. Don't know why, but they do.
Well, like I said, it's that whole argument about lenses with character, where the term character almost falls into
defects.
Defects, but they look at the defects as giving you character. I guess that's a way of trying to sell a lens that has defects. You say it has character, right? You don't say it has defects. You say it has character.
But we're just using the wrong pharmaceuticals to understand this.
Yeah. It gets really interesting when you get lens connoisseurs talking about lenses, but I get it. If you're doing portraits and weddings and stuff, you don't care that the image is sharp corner to corner. You might want a more dreamy look and a softer look around the edges, and you're okay, and you want that look for the portrait. And if you don't want that look for the portrait, all you got to do is stop down a couple stops, and now it's sharp corner to corner. So you kind of have both. You have the capability of having both effects, whereas a lot of the new lenses now, they're just sharp corner to corner at every aperture. So you don't really have that option, So some people want.
A lot of the video people don't like focus by wire either.
And Jeff, you say when you try that 135 manual lens, right? I mean, optically, that lens was as good as the new ones. It's just that maybe
Pretty
some of the
close.
material.
It was pretty close, but it doesn't have the um,
The coatings and some of the materials and
well,
probably
it
heavier.
have the fancy coatings, and it's not weather sealed, and it has a little, and it has some chromatic aberration. It's not like almost like no chromatic aberration. So
Exactly.
it's not line on line the equivalent, but it's really darn good for the.
Exactly.
It is very, very surprisingly good, and you're on a budget. There's nothing, you got nothing to be ashamed of if that's what you use, because you're going to get good results. You're going to.
Well, and I believe, correct, and I think everybody will agree with that. Video, to a certain extent, and cinema, is a little bit more forgiving, correct? Still photography is a little bit more tricky because you're concentrated on an image. So any kind of chromatic aberration or it will show more in a still image, right?
Well, what's funny? How many movies, depending on the genre of movie, like you want to watch, where half the movie is so dark you can hardly see what's going on anyway.
Exactly.
My wife and I are going to see Dune 2 with her friends tomorrow, and she didn't remember seeing the first one, so I had the first one on 4K DVD. So we watched Dune 1 today, which was, like, I don't know, 2 hours and 35 minutes long or something. And I guess Dune 2 is like 3 hours long at the theater tomorrow. And I said, well, if you don't watch the first one, you're not gonna enjoy the seeing the one tomorrow if you haven't watched the first one first, because it's kind of one of those movies that is hard to. I got more out of watching it the second time, where I kind of got what was going on better than when I saw it the first time in the theater. When I saw it the first time in the theater, I was kind of like, I don't know if I like it or don't like it. I was kind of like, yeah, But then when I watched it the second time today, and really focused on it more, it was like I enjoyed it more than I did seeing it just once. So tomorrow ought to be interesting. But 3 hours, that's you get into those 3 hour plus movies, that's sometimes a little tough.
You'll be wearing your Apple Vision Pro then, will you?
I might just go there with these new specs on tomorrow. But there wasn't really a lot. Let me see if I got anything else that came out. I didn't really go on Sony rumors or any of the other rumor sites per se. Because obviously the news that I guess the only thing I have was that if you choose to go on Nikon, if you go on Nikon rumors, they have a whole breakdown of what Nikon lenses were used by NASA during certain time frames in history, like those 1971, you say the Nikon Photomic FTM built to NASA specs and Nikkor lenses were used on Apollo 15 in 1980. They talk about small camera based on the Nikon F3 film SLR camera equipped with a motor drive, and the F3 big camera, which utilized long film, were delivered to NASA. Small camera used aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia launched the following year. That was in 1980. So they list a bunch. I'm not going to read them all off. They just list a bunch of different timelines and what cameras were used and or modified for space shuttle missions or that type of thing. If you want to know that information, and they start off before you look in the table where they break down the timelines, they just say that NASA ordered 53 Nikon D5 SLRs at $64.96.95 per camera, over $340,000 worth of camera. And then they broke down the history. Of course, we know they bought Z9s. We know they're using Z9s as well. So
Jeff, see, I know that when you work with the government, correct? They have very strict rules with regard to purchasing, tendering, and all that kind of stuff, correct? So, they have the quality aspect of what they want, but any project that is funded by the government requires, a lot of steps, correct? Talk about bureaucracy.
Oh
So
yeah, you,
they
you have
don't have
you have approved supplier lists, and then
A lot of red
and
tape.
then depending on the level of secrecy of the mission,
Mhm.
that can limit your sources too. You have to have people that have been. I worked on some stuff that in my career where I had to go through government agencies and have really stringent background checks done on me, where they interviewed people that live near me and everything because of what I was working on, and I had to get clearance.
Yeah, but
So
in the product itself, correct? So that's on the individuals working with them. I mean, there is a lot of you have to be an approved supplier,
oh
correct?
yeah,
And to have basically a product instead of you have to defend why this product is better than this other product and so forth.
sure.
So they must have gone, Nikon must have gone through a very rigorous process to be able to be the supplier.
Oh yeah, yeah. They get multiple. They say what they want, and they get multiple bids from different organizations and different companies, and they have to evaluate their offerings, and they have to be able, because they have to assume that at any point in time, we all know politicians. At any point in time, any one of them can do an audit and say,
Exactly.
well, why did you spend Joe Blow was going to do it for 200,000 less, and you went with this guy. I want to know why you went with that guy.
Oh, absolutely.
But you have to document everything and all your reasoning. Why you didn't go with the cheapest guy per se.
Exactly.
You went with the guy that was a little bit more money, and you have to be able to justify that, because you're always under review by Congress or government accounting agencies, or the GAO or whatever they are.
Exactly. And I brought that one because is a testimony to the quality of the supplier, in this case Nikon, correct? Because
Yeah.
they're not going to take the first camera. They're going to make sure, and also internally, correct, if something fail, correct, in the moon or in orbit, there's going to be an audit on why does it fail, etc., 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 correct? So I think that's a testimony of the quality of Nikon as a company and the equipment they produce, correct?
Yeah, it's believe me, it's the process of and the thing is, okay, let's say you had three companies competing for any given thing, and they award it to company number 2. Well, company number 1 and company number 3 can force arbitration and say, we don't agree with your decision.
Exactly.
We feel that we had the better offering for the money.
Exactly.
And then they can go and drag it out longer and make more committees review the data all over again before the contract officially gets issued to that other company. It could really get nasty.
Exactly. Exactly. No, I have been involved in some of these kind of private public partnership type of project, and I know I have the scars of it as a project manager. So but it's also a fact that, I mean, they have a long relationship with Nikon, but also that tells you that that's a product they consider to be reliable.
Well, it helps when you have a long-term relationship, because that does give you a leg up.
Yes,
because you have that many years of where they have data in terms of failure rates of the equipment that you provided, how reliable it was. And so that's right there is one reason why you might pay a little bit more let's just say you might pay a little bit more to stick with Nikon than if you switch to a different brand, because you can argue we have historical data, we have the failure rate, and we know what we're getting when we get it from them. If we go with the other guy, we haven't used their stuff before, and we don't know what the fallout's going to be. We don't know if it's robust enough, and we don't want to take the risk of making a switch and then finding out that it didn't work out. So we would rather pay that little bit extra and stay with who we know has a track record of success.
Exactly.
And we're willing to pay that little extra bit of money. And usually you're going to win that argument.
Exactly.
Win that argument.
So Jeff, I sent you. I put something there to share with Randall and others, correct? Because I'm reminding people that the eclipse is coming. Correct?
Okay, here we go. We're going to hit the button. Boom! In your face, in your face. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Exactly. So reminded to everybody that is within driving distance to the or travel distance to the eclipse. The eclipse is coming on Monday, April the 8th. Randall, I think you have to go north of where you are, but you need to check.
a little bit northeast or northwest. I'm sorry, northwest. Yeah.
Exactly. So I put having in contact with
No, it's with
So I having in contact with a couple of people in the community here. Correct. Like Rose say, all of these look more or less the same, but having your own capture and experiencing is the most important thing. Correct. Probably another time before this we can check, but I know that, for instance, Kevin is within distance. I think Kevin is probably within the umbra of the eclipse. I think Jeff and Leslie probably can travel to it. So we should have a community. And so in this photo here, this is from the Great Eclipse of America in 2017, correct? So this picture was taken in Wyoming. And
what's the minimum ND filter that they're kind of talking? Minus 15?
Minus 16, minus 18.
16 to 18?
Yes.
Okay.
But and you can still find them.
B&H has them. Get a Nisi. They're still available.
But those are for the this is during totality. You don't need anything, and there is plenty of resources there. So I'm not going to repeat some of that. I may bring some websites next week for people to do. I just wanted to show people a little bit of what they can do. Obviously, important thing here is bracketing. You probably do a composite of all this, but it's truly a spectacular zine. Obviously, the weather you cannot manage, so it's always good to have a couple of locations that you have map, and then look at the weather forecast the day before and do your final adjustments. So this is the totality. You can see the corona, which is spectacular, correct? I mean, as well as what is happening around you, correct? So that's important. I think. Let me see if I can. I have.
Well, I mean, I asked you what I asked because I didn't want people to assume that you could get away with a 10-stop ND because that's not going to be good enough. So, because I know there are some places pushing 15-stop NDs, but then I know that others are pushing 18-stop NDs. So I just wanted. I don't shoot this kind of stuff, so that's why I'm asking is if you know, what would you say is there is such a thing as what is the best ND filter? Is it should you get an 18 stop or is a 16 stop good enough? I mean, what is your
anything
thing?
about 16 would be good, but if you like Tim mentioned there, if you go to B&H and you type solar filter, correct? You can find one that is specifically made for it, correct? But we are and you can still find them, correct? It's not like the prior clips in 2017. There's still materials there, correct? So
I think they made enough this time around because they would. I'm surprised. I would have thought they would have been all sold out by now, but they're not.
Exactly, but you can find them. In this case, I think I bought two 195 millimeters and 177 millimeters. It's important to practice. We talk a little bit more, but let me scroll down here if I can. Let me see. So this is the other thing that was interesting to me to see it. Correct. This is again the totality. Correct. The fact that you see the what's called air shine. So in some of the exposures, you can see actually the reflected light from the Earth illuminating the sun. So all the mares and the craters, you can still see them. You see them. You see them in the shadow area of the moon, right? So that was interesting. And the other thing, in some exposures, you see this the so-called prominence, correct? So going with a long telephoto and trying to photograph part of the corona where you have this mass ejection. So it's a fantastic experience. That's what I'm promoting here. It's both to enjoy and to photograph, but your photos are going to look like identical to everybody, except if you select something in the foreground and then you take basically the totality that the foreground with something else in behind, which is the actual eclipse, correct? But certainly, I mean, for the people here in our community, not to if you have an opportunity, I will encourage everybody here to try to get there, and this one goes all the way from Texas all the way to Toronto, and even I think it's in some other part of Canada as well. Correct. So for sure, guys, that there is plenty of resources now. It's not difficult to photograph. You just need to have the right equipment. And the most important thing, as I said, is to enjoy it. Right? I know that in our community, we got several peoples that are actually traveling, including Martin. I think it's having exchanges on email with him. He's coming from Germany, and he's going to be photographing. I'm going to be in the Dallas area. I believe Martin is going to be also somewhere in Texas. Obviously, we have Randall here that is in the path of that, and then we have a couple of people in Cincinnati and sorry, in Ohio that should be able to travel to see it. Correct. So anyway, that's one of the things that I wanted to share for today. If anybody has a question, and next week I will put one single slide with some resources in terms of if you want to know what kind of exposure you have, but there is plenty in the in the internet and the YouTube, so that you know what needs to be done. Correct.
What about eyewear? What about for your eyes?
So you can find those kind of mailer type of glasses, which you need it for what you want to watch with your eyes and look at what face it.
Are they red?
You can wear with those special glasses. Those are not very expensive. You can have. I have kind of welder type of glasses. Those are also important that you can use those as well. I bring some more next week because we still have a couple of weeks here before. And it's going to happen the same week of the photo review. So I think the photo review is on the 6th, and this will be on the 8th.
Yeah.
People can stack also if they have different neutral density filters. They can stack them, correct? But you have to add them so that you can get to the right amount. Just protect your eyes, of course, and protect your camera. But then during totality, you basically, and that's one of the things that you need to do some practicing. There is a couple of apps because obviously the clips happen at your specific location, correct? So you can be in the umbra path of the eclipse, but you still, depending on how much you are away from the center, the duration of the eclipse it changes, and the timing also changes. Actually, there are a couple of apps that you can acquire for this specific eclipse, and it basically narrates the eclipse for you. It tells you where the first contact is going to be at your location. It tells you when the exact time. It narrates to you, correct? It voice give you a voice indication of what's going on, which is good to be prepared because you need to be able. In this eclipse is going to last a little bit longer. Totality is going to last a little bit longer. For where I'm going to be is about 3 minutes of totality, correct? And you need to practice because you probably need multiple exposures. So you need to be able to screw, in my case, or unscrew your filter.
Right. You don't want to be fumbling around with your filters, taking them on or putting them on or taking them off, and you don't want to be in such a panic state that you cross thread your lens filters and screw up your lens. So
that's expensive.
You might want to, if you have magnetic filters, that saves you that trouble because you just have the ring on there.
And I actually, Jeff, mine are Tiffin, and I think I have another type as well. I actually checked whether there was a magnetic adapter for those, correct? So that you can buy a magnetic base that you can put in your lens, and then you attach them one to that magnet. But I couldn't find it in anything that will work with what I have. So I will probably practice how to put it on. Obviously, you need to take it off by the time of the totality. But what I will make sure is that I don't tighten that far so that it's relatively easy to take it off. And probably I will not put the hood into it so it's easy. You don't want to be messing up with the hood and that one. But it's a fantastic thing, guys. If you haven't seen it, it takes in a given location. It probably take sometime 300 years to have another total eclipse in the same location where you are. So I don't think we're going to live that long. Right? And once you see one, you get hooked. Correct. So I know that people here in our group have seen multiple ones. Once you experience one, you want to see more. That's the first thing. When you finish, I want to see more. Correct. So I put some additional material for next week. Correct. Just to keep encouraging people to go and watch this because it's a true spectacle that nature put for us to see. Correct.
It's only 300 years. You gotta have goals, Gustavo. Come on.
Exactly. It's not so uncommon every year for something to happen in the earth, but to happen in the location where you are is pretty difficult. Correct. So otherwise you have to travel quite and sometimes it happens in the middle of the ocean. But this one is going to be good. It's 3 minutes long, and of course you depend on the weather. I see people that chase this type of phenomenon. They see that you're going to miss 1 in 4 because of the of weather. Correct. So anyway, I stopped sharing here.
Okay. Do you have your? Well, let's see. We got about an hour left. We are going to quit at 1 p.m. Eastern time due to the changing of the guard with the moving the clock ahead an hour. So we're going to quit at 1 p.m. instead of 2 p.m.
I'm going to quit at 3 because I've got 2 extra hours.
You got 2 extra hours. Well, I could leave the feed going. We'll just leave and you could keep going, Roy. You keep going. Let's see. Looking at the chat quick, see if we missed anything that we need to answer. I don't think anybody has to worry about Red shutting down capabilities for Canon lenses going on their products. The worst case scenario would be you'd have an adapter. That's all. If they came out eventually with a Z mount as the standard, they would just sell adapter for you to use. That's all. It definitely would not be
shades of the old Tamron adapter.
Yeah. Let's see.
And then we could use the same adapter to put Canon glass on our Nikons.
Yeah. Only the 10 to 20 is interesting. Not many other Canon lenses I'm interested in.
Yeah, I think we pretty much.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I don't see that we really missed anybody's questions. I think we're pretty good shape with that. Obviously, we all enjoyed having Chuck on tonight too. So that was a pleasant
Bonus.
surprise, a bonus, and I will be picking on him to show up for his. Like I said, he's probably gonna if he comes on, and it'll probably be from that 9 to 10 o'clock window.
Well, he's got to fill in for me next week.
I don't think he'll go past the 10 o'clock though.
Jeff, see if you can get him to post on his channel that he's gonna come on and do like little cameos now and again.
We all have to spread the word.
Yeah.
Because I still see comments on YouTube on other channels where people miss his live stream, and I still don't think everyone knows about this live stream, to be honest with you.
Well,
It takes a while though.
that wouldn't surprise me.
It takes a while for everyone to find it.
Yeah.
But well, we don't have an advertising. We don't have an advertising budget.
Well, we're like Nikon, right? We're not good at advertising.
Yeah, we're not good at marketing. We're not good at marketing. We're not good at advertising. We just suck.
Get ready for some hate mail this week, Jeff.
Oh, hey, believe me, I do get it. I get it. I get hate mail. That's all
funny.
right.
That's funny. That's funny to me that you get hate mail.
Yes, I do. I do. I get it sometimes, not often, but I do get it once in a while.
I hope you just delete it.
Oh, I read it and I smile and I go, hey, everybody's got a right to their opinion. You may not. Hey, when I was young, people hated me because I wore glasses. You know what I mean? I mean, that's how it was when I was a kid. If you wore glasses, you got picked on.
Glasses, braces. You were just
glasses, braces. Oh, But if you broke your arm or your leg, you were cool. Everybody wanted to sign your cast, right? Then everybody loved you. But if you wore glasses or you were overweight or whatever, oh my God, you were tortured, tortured your whole life. Believe me, I could vouch for that one.
You're lucky I was about 4 years younger than everyone else.
What else we got going on that we want to cover?
I'm just trying to remember what 126 film looked like. I got 127 film. But that 126 was a cartridge.
Was that like an Instamatic cartridge?
Yeah, it's like one of those 110 cartridges, but bigger.
But bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kodak GP 126 Verichrome. Yeah.
Well, J-Rod was saying he bought film for one of those Minox spy cameras, and it was like I was just reading earlier today that it was almost impossible to get film for those cameras. So
I was going to say it's been impossible to get film for those cameras for decades.
Yeah, so I don't know how he found film for that camera because I was just, like I said, I was just reading today, going through my normal vintage camera research stuff, and I was looking at a Minox spy camera just for ha-has, and it basically said it collectible only because you're never going to find the film anywhere,
Right.
Somehow he found film. I don't know. I mean, he should.
Good luck to him.
He should show out. He might not want to share that. He might not want to share that with the rest of the world because now he has his personal supply for his spy camera.
Until now. Until everyone knows about it.
Well, he didn't say where he got it from, so his secret is safe. He probably won't share.
I wonder if you could fit other films into that cartridge.
I don't think so. It's pretty proprietary.
Yeah, that's a weird camera, but yeah, somebody was selling one that was actually pretty nice looking, but I'm like, I'm not going to buy something that I can never. I shouldn't say never, but I don't tend to buy something that I can't either buy batteries for or still buy film for.
I never liked it when it was around because the film was too small.
There's a couple rolls on eBay for that camera that are for sale. It expired in '98, so.
12,
That's it.
$9, $13. Yeah.
Trouble is you don't know if it's been stored properly or not.
Right. Most likely not.
Just a bunch of somebody found the film just in a camera bag that was in the closet for 20 years. Yeah. Wasn't like
interesting colors.
Wasn't in the refrigerator.
Yeah, I'm always getting in trouble for that box of film in the fridge. You have to give it away to someone. I'm not going to use it.
I've told this story a lot, but my dad was he was VP of an advertising agency, but photography was his hobby growing up. So his biggest account was Kodak. So we rubbed shoulders with a lot of professional photographers, and he was his hobby was photography. But our fridge always had more film in it than food. Always.
Yeah, I've got that problem at the moment. You have to give it away to somewhere.
Yeah,
Wish I had some real false color IR film.
if I ever stuck any film in the refrigerator in my house, my wife would probably, all of a sudden, I'd have the temperature probe stuck somewhere.
Oh yeah, my mom didn't like it, but hey.
Oh, I don't think I'd get away with that. Ooh, no way.
Rakesh has a question there about storing film. But when I shot film, I bought it by the 100-foot roll, and I would store it in the freezer. Yeah. I would take it out and
I think the fridge is enough.
The fridge is fine. Yeah, you don't need the freezer.
I don't know what the freezer does to a film, but I don't like the thought of it.
Yes. What is amazing to me is like the people that shoot film, all the trouble they have to go through the process of going to the X-ray machine when they travel. I mean, traveling with film was always a problem, but at least people.
Well, they used to sell those lead bags. You used to get those lead bags.
Exactly.
And you keep all your film in there and seal them up, and if they went through the X-ray machine, your film would be okay.
Yeah, but when everybody was doing that, that was okay. But imagine now that only few people are doing that, and the security is a lot more stringent. It must be a pain in the rear, correct?
I think when Becky would leave England to come to the States, she wouldn't bring any film with her. She'd buy the film in the States, she'd shoot it, and she would get it developed while she was in the States. Therefore, nothing had to go through the X-ray machine because everything was already printed.
Imagine that trouble, correct?
It's a lot of trouble, though. It's a lot of trouble.
Well, look at the trouble that NASA is going through with having their Z9s on the space station. They got to swap them out every 6 months.
Yeah, that's surprising. I thought it would take longer than that.
It's a little longer than that. When I had some information shared to me with someone who is more in the know of how long it really takes. It's more like a year to 18 months. It's not.
That's more reasonable.
It's not 6 months like was stated. It's 12 to 18 months.
I remember the robots at Fukushima all died because of the radiation.
Yeah, but that's
That's
a lot more.
That's a bit more radiation, though.
Oh yeah.
But it shows how radiation can affect gear.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you guys might not know this, but I mean, I had my first company, what I consider my first job, real job, not working in a grocery store. My first career, okay, let's say my first career, I worked in a company. We made nuclear electronics, so we made all the equipment that would get sold to nuclear power plants and universities and scientists and stuff to measure radiation and grass clippings or soil samples or whatever. But we also made equipment that had whole body counters where people that worked at a power plant would walk through it and your whole body would get scanned and results would show up on the screen and you could tell, how much you got exposed to and what type of radiation or that you got exposed, what level, americium 241, cobalt 60, whatever it was. And, so they were wearing the dosimeters that they wear at the power plants, to keep track of their radiation levels, during the course of the day and weeks or what have you. But they actually had scuba divers. They had scuba divers that got paid killer bucks, and they would have to dive in the cooling tanks and stuff.
My God.
And do maintenance. And so these guys would only work 3 months out of the year because they would be so saturated with radiation levels that they could only work so many months, and then they got paid so much because they didn't work the whole rest of the year. They didn't come back till the next year. So would you like a job like that where you're sitting there like literally in the radioactive water, you know, with your scuba gear on and okay, yeah, you could maybe go in, you know, you got to wait a week and you can go back in again and okay, you do it for 2 or 3 months. And it's like, okay, you're done for the year, man. You're maxed out. Go enjoy your vacation for the next 9 months. We'll see you next year.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, I don't think, you know, no, thank you. That's one diving opportunity I would definitely pass up. I would say, no,
Exactly.
I don't need that one.
Although the water in those you know, cooling pools look beautiful.
Oh yeah, they look nice.
Exactly.
You
I'm
wait
toasty. I'm toasty.
a month later, you got an eye on the back of your head. You don't know where it came from.
Exactly. So Jeff, I put the slides there.
Is this for the protection?
Yes, if we want to
Okay,
talk about that.
since we're down to our last hour, and Gustavo was nice enough to put a little pitch together for lens and camera body protection when you're exposed to the elements, aka rain or snow. So I'll let him talk to these slides, and so this is like I said, this is what I want everybody to be willing to kind of put something together to share with the rest of us.
And most important is because we share our mistakes, correct?
Yeah.
It's probably a lot of people here have bought a lot of equipment, and some work better than others. And actually, that's what I have a little the 800 millimeter here on the C9 because we're going to put it on as well, correct? So
does this look okay on your screen, guys, or do you got stuff blocking the slide?
No, it's fine.
It looks okay? Okay, because I got stuff blocking it on my screen that I can't get rid of, but as long as it's good for you, I'll leave it. All right. Go ahead. Sorry.
So as I said, I mean, there are many products, correct? So this is actually what I use and what I carry in my bag, correct? So there are essentially 3 types of categories in my opinion, correct? Is the simple one is these plastic rain covers, correct? It's essentially a plastic bag, although you can use a plastic bag, but it's a plastic bag with a cinch cord, so that helps, correct? There are different sizes for your camera. It's a sleep type of, okay? It can be small, medium, and large. I typically carry one of these in my camera bag all the time. Although this is not what I'm going immediately after when I use it, but this is kind of emergency. Okay? They are inexpensive, so these simple ones are very inexpensive, between $5 and $10. So, they are easy to install, and to a certain degree, they are disposable, correct? Although you can fold them back and put them back in there, correct? So that's the most basic protection, actually one of the most effective ones, correct? The next slide here, let me see if I can scroll. It's relatively easy here. Right. Is this type of, okay? It's the so-called rain cover sleeve, correct? And actually, I have them here as well. So later on, when we go to the presentation, we can look at this, correct? These are sleeve made of raincoat fabric material. They also have a cinch cord, and they have a viewing window for the camera controls, correct? The different size, small, medium, and large, they cost between $40 and $75, okay? But, and this is what I found, for me, they can be fiddly to install, correct? So I prefer the simpler ones that I showed you before instead of this one. And we can talk a little bit about this one and get mine open here and do a little bit of a demo.
Can I interject a comment?
Yes, of course.
I think the only advantage this has is if you're going to be on or off a tripod, that the rain cover sleeves have a zipper on the bottom that you can open up so you can mount your tripod foot from your lens on your tripod, whereas the plastic throwaway ones don't have an opening for that.
Exactly. And,
They're really
typically,
they're meant for handhold use only,
yeah,
not for tripod.
or if you have an Arca Swiss, you pinch around the plastic, and that's what I think they're disposable.
Yeah.
Correct. So if you know you're going to be in the rain, it's better to carry one of these, and they don't occupy that much space. Correct. I mean, this is the one that I was showing here. Correct. Small. I have them sometimes in my bag, but I don't have it all the time in my bag. Right.
Yeah.
All right. So the next type, okay, and let me go back here and scroll on the presentation. It's the so-called raincoats, correct? So we're going in specs, and actually that's the one that I tend to use. Since as you guys, I do a lot of telephoto photography. This is actually a model that I actually find out that works the best for me, correct? Because it's a full raincoat. It covers the lens on the camera. It doesn't have the problem that Jeff was describing there, because typically you put it around and you have Velcro, and we can put it on this camera here in the back for a second. Correct. There are multiple designs. Some of those have windows and can be attached to the
your hot shoe.
The shoe of the camera. Actually, after trying all of those for many years, actually the simple one, this one here, that I actually carry with me all the time, right? Because it's important you are able to put it on quickly, and it's important that you can take it off quickly, because you don't want to be carrying your heavy telephoto with additional things around that could make it slippery, correct? These costs different sizes and different costs. They can cost between 100 and 140. I used to have one that was very sophisticated, that you can put your arms underneath and have full access to your camera. I actually ended not using that anymore and favor these simple ones, correct? So what is in my camera at this moment? In my camera all the time is actually those Rugard RC8 and RC18, which I call disposable, because if you attach it to the camera, so this is what is in my camera. The couple of them in a zipper lock, correct? I take it out because I only carry one small, one or one medium, one large, and this lens coat, raincoat, because it's very easy to occupy. Now, if I know I'm going to be in the rain, I may take some of these other ones that I have, but those typically are here at home. This is what is with me all the time. Okay, this lens coat, raincoat, occupies almost no space. Actually, it's in the same in the bottom of where the long telephoto is in my camera bag. It's just in the bottom of that. Correct. So.
Well, your D is very important too, because I think a lot of people forget, or they don't keep them in their camera bag. They put them in the drawer somewhere in their house, and they forget about them. Is that most of your camera bags have a pullover rain cover, which is great too. Even if it's not rain, great too if you're gonna like put it down on the beach in the sand. Right, the sand, the wet sand. You got water. Any place where water could contact that bag. Doesn't have to be raining. Could be, you're near a stream or on the ocean or on the beach or whatever. Don't forget to bring that with you, because lots of times we tend to put that stuff in in the closet or something, and then we forget about it.
They should be in your camera bag. That one. You should not take it out of the camera bag. It occupies a little bit of space, but if you are caught in the outdoors and you don't have it, that's a problem. And the same with this, correct? That's why I like these disposable ones in a Ziploc, because it's flat, doesn't occupy any space, and I like this one here. So I'm going to stop sharing here. We can have a discussion, and we can. So Jeff, put me big here so that we can show here, correct? How easy is to install. So this is the size.
Wait a minute, I'm having trouble dragging you over. Oh, come on.
I'm too impatient to take that long to put one of them on.
It's not letting me drag you over.
Okay.
Let me. Yeah, for whatever reason, it's not letting me drag you over. Sorry.
We can do it later. Correct. So it's Velcro. So Jeff, you don't even have to, as you know, you don't even have to take your camera or your tripod if you are using a tripod, right? You just put it through, right? And just take it to the end of your camera. You see it here, right? Very easy. And then I didn't put it correctly. So you see,
Takes too long.
this
I'm
is the
bored.
important thing about this. It can be fiddly, correct?
I got you on the big screen now.
Okay. It
Took a
can be
while.
fiddly, right? So you put it there, you cinch it to your lens, then you open your sleeve, and then you put it on like that, correct? And then you work around that. So that's very easy to put on and take off because I know these cameras, unless it's supposed to be weather sealed, but in reality, you don't want to be half an hour with snow or rain exposing your cameras, it's better to have it like that. I know they receive for a little while, but if you're going to be in the rain, this is a better solution. So that should be in your camera all the time. So this type is very easy to put, correct?
Yeah, and the cheaper plastic ones that you were talking about,
yes,
you want to have some of those, especially if you're using older lenses that don't have that are not weather sealed.
Exactly.
So if you're shooting a camera and you have lenses that are not weather sealed lenses, but you still want to take pictures in the rain, or you get caught in the rain, it could save your gear by having something like that in your bag or in your jacket even, or whatever, when you go out.
Exactly. So anyway, that's what I thought, and so I now we can open here for discussion if anybody else have other solutions. But this is what I use. Right?
They're disposable shower bags,
Exactly.
and they're tiny, and they're just tiny. I just use those if I get caught in the rain. And if I get caught in the rain, I'll dry it off and make sure I put one of these in with a lens. One of these silica
packs
to absorb any moisture.
Now are those the ones that are now? They make some that you could reuse, right? You put them in the mic.
These are reusable, yeah.
You just put them in the mic.
I just put them on the windowsill.
Oh, okay.
But there's also, where are they? These are just as good for small jobs. The little ones you get in everything. Just let them dry out on the windowsill and reuse them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The main thing is to keep the moisture out your camera.
Rakesh is talking about the Optech USA makes clear ones, and I think I sent you an image of that, Gustavo. They sell them in 2-packs.
Exactly.
Basically the same as the ones that Gustavo showed at the beginning. Basically the same thing.
Exactly, and those are are very practical as well, correct? Plastic bags are good. These ones that are a little more sophisticated, remember the intermediate ones, you can see they have, a little bit of the window so that you can see your camera controls. But I always find that when you're in a hurry, correct, this thing here, Jeff, you can attach to the tool of your camera. I typically don't have the patience to put it on.
They like to slide off of it sometimes.
Exactly.
You slide it onto the hot shoe and you're fiddling with it, and then it slides off the hot shoe.
And typically when you try to put this, you need to do something. You
resist.
do something quick, right? So you don't have time.
You guys don't even need those. You own Nikon. They work in the rain.
Yeah, but you got to keep them dry after. Once they get wet, they're okay, but you got to keep them dry afterwards. Keep the mold out. That's what the mold is, a killer with cameras.
Yeah. And when you are in, I mean, if you're in Yellowstone and they start, snowing or rain, you don't want to be. I mean, I always carry this in my camera, right? The something to dry my camera as I go along. But after half an hour under the rain, and it doesn't have to be, big rain, drizzling rain.
Dry cabinets are the best, but you can never always find one.
Exactly. It's better to be safe than sorry, correct?
Well, yeah, when I first got my Z9 and it was under warranty, I shot it in the rain as much as I could just to test it. But I won't now.
Yeah, it's just I mean, it is a good practice to have something to protect your gear in the rain, and it had to be practical, and that's the emphasis we're making here today, correct?
I just thought of another reason
Big zip bags.
it would be if you're another case walking on the beach, you got salt spray. You want to keep the salt off the body of your
100%.
camera, because you're not going to go home.
Hands are broken.
You're not going to go home and rinse your camera off with water, right? That salt spray is going to get on the camera. It could get if it gets in someplace, it can ruin electrical contacts in no time at all. So to have a cheap plastic cover on your camera when you're shooting on the beach is not a bad idea.
Exactly.
That's why I got those.
Exactly. And having your camera back all the time. I mentioned that before. I have the equipment that I use every day is on my camera back. If I need to go tomorrow morning, I just take it in the camera bag. So be prepared, be packed, put everything that you need, correct? So anyway, I thought it was a good discussion to have, correct?
Worst case,
in my bag's premium.
Bring a hefty cinch sack with you. Worst case, hefty.
Actually,
damn, we're old.
Well, hey, the average age, I hate to say what the average age of the people in my demographics are. They certainly aren't in their 30s. Let's put it that way.
They were once.
They
Let's put a show of hands.
They were 35 years ago.
Let's have a show of hands of how many people used to put, like, remember back in, like, I don't know, probably in the 70s when it snowed, we always used to put our most of the boots weren't waterproof, so we used to put our feet, in plastic bags and then put them in our boots. When we were walking to school if it just snowed, so that we could keep our feet dry.
Yep.
That's not a thing anymore.
This is another thing that is nowadays a lot more compact, correct? I have this one in my car all the time, but also sometimes I put it in the backpack. So this is a full raincoat, right? For my size, which is not the smaller one, right? And they pack very small, right? So having
ponchos are smallest again.
Exactly.
As
So
plastic ponchos.
Plastic ponchos is a good solution if you want to have something better. This is a great solution as well, and it doesn't occupy that much space. So
what brand is that one? Where'd you get it from?
This I got it from Amazon.
Amazon raincoats.
It's called Packable.
Packable. Okay.
Yeah. And this is the 2XL model, and it's small, doesn't take that much space, right? But having something for your camera bag or your backpack, having something for your camera and having something for yourself all the time is important thing, right? No using an umbrella or something like that, okay? I mean, that's crazy. But for a photographer,
don't you want to buy the umbrella that you mount on the hot shoe?
Yes, that sounds like the silliest stuff that I would put on.
You get a good updraft, and all of a sudden the camera floats away, and you're drifts out of your hand, and your Z9 is like 100 miles away somewhere where it lands.
Those are exactly my thoughts.
Well, Gustavo, you should see the umbrella that I use, but it has air vents in it, so that if there is an updraft, the wind goes right through it.
Oh, okay.
But it's about 1.2 meter diameter.
Oh, okay. So you can camp underneath.
Yeah, it's a Vancouver umbrella. You know,
Okay.
and the rain doesn't fall vertically. It is kind of on a 45-degree angle.
Exactly.
So that I've been out different times and have the umbrella in one hand and the camera in the other.
But you see, I mean, we're talking about here, Vancouver, correct, or British Columbia in general, in the we have the coast, or Costa Rica. You think that you're going to make a trip to Costa Rica and not have weather protection for your gear, your camera back, and yourself? That's crazy, correct?
Oh, it's one night I conducted a photo walk, and this is one of the nights we're shooting the 9 o'clock gun in Vancouver, and man, was the rain ever coming down. And it's get out there and we set up our tripod. It's hard to set up a tripod with an umbrella in one hand. It's even harder to put the camera on the tripod. But this is what we did when we shot it, you know, because having something like you had would have been nice, but you still need the umbrella to keep your glasses dry so you can actually see what you're doing. You know, so you need a combination. And in Vancouver, you need a decent sized umbrella, not one of these little things that fit on your hot shoe.
Exactly.
Well, I wouldn't want to take the chance of my hot shoe getting damaged either. So I'd be too paranoid that would damage my camera.
Well, but I've been out different times with the umbrella in one hand and camera in the other.
Wow.
You know,
I guess there's a little bit of a discussion. Tim, you clarify for me the discussion regarding reliability of buying stuff on eBay through Japanese retailers.
I do that. Most of them are pretty good. Very few
yeah.
problems.
You gotta
Japanese
you
gotta
really-
look real careful. I bought from them recently, and it's lucked out. But I will compare. If I'm looking, say, for a lens, I'll look at every single one coming out of Japan, because they like to overuse the term mint and mint plus, which there's no such thing, and EX plus, and you look at it.
You gotta look for mint with 5 pluses.
Yeah, you still have to do your due diligence. And if you're looking at a lens and you see it on your screen, you zoom in and you look for cleaning scratches, or you got to look for those wisps of
mold.
white cloudy wisps of fungus or whatever that are going to ruin and etch your glass and stuff like that. You have to do your due diligence, and you'll find that yes, you don't just pick a Japanese company and just say I trust them because I'm getting it from Japan. You still got to do your research. You still got to look at it real careful, and
Just generally, they tend to be a bit better.
Yeah, click on their name and like look at their previous auctions and look at their feedback and make sure that what they're selling is on the up and up and people are satisfied with what they're buying, and at least 99.5%. I mean, I made a mistake recently of buying something from somebody on eBay that was probably like 75%, and the only reason I did it was because it was something I wanted and the price was right, and I didn't even look at it. It was just I was so excited to get something that I've been looking for at the price that I wanted that I ordered it. And this guy it took him over 3 weeks to ship it. And in that time, I tried to cancel it so many times with eBay, and they just kept kicking it back to me. And they give the seller 30 days to actually ship an item, which is ridiculous. Wow. And I kept trying to, get my money back, and at that point I didn't want it. And the whoever was selling the item just kept playing games, and so after like 3 weeks, they put in like a shipping number. So it looked like, everything was proceeding as it should. And the shipping number was in the system, but he never shipped the item. So I kept looking at it every day to see what the tracking was and to see if it was on its way, and it wasn't. And it wasn't until the very last day.
Where was it from?
I forget the guy's name, but it was a local sale. It was in San Diego, which is, an hour away from me.
Never trust these Americans.
Yeah, exactly. That's you know what? Let's just end this story right there. Don't trust Americans.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm looking at Japanese companies, I mean, I realize that it doesn't take much for someone not to be 100%, right? So, I mean, I give a little slight leeway in there. I usually look 97% or above, somebody's like 90%. No, that's too many complaints, but then, like I said, a lot of these companies will say, listen, we want to make you 100% happy. They'll have at the bottom, we want you 100% happy. Before you give us a negative review, let us try to make it right for you. Let us try to do the right thing for you if you're not happy, because they know that when they get a few reviews that are negative, it really affects their business big time. They don't want to have that nice high number hit.
Some people don't care though. I bought stuff on eBay, and I went to the point. I went to arbitration, and what I basically bought was fake. It wasn't legitimate, and I had it appraised, and I had a letter from the appraiser stating that this was not genuine item. It was it was a fake, and
Wow.
I still lost. I still lost that. The fact that they shipped it and I received it, and that was enough for eBay to basically say it was a legitimate sale. And even though it was appraised as a complete fraud, I lost my money. I mean, thankfully it wasn't a lot of money, but you really got to pay attention to that feedback score. And even if it's something you want and the price is right and the feedback is low, just if it's under 99.5%, just don't do it.
And look at the photographs.
Yeah, look at the photographs really careful, because there's so many of them that'll say, but it's just like I get aggravated with the term, game changer. Is like a pet peeve of mine lately with Japanese used stuff. It's everything is mint, mint and 4+ signs or whatever, and it's like you look at it, and then if you're looking at, let's say you're looking at the black. You got a chrome camera that has the black that goes around the bottom and on the sides, like the black trim piece that's painted, and they'll say it's mint, and a third of the black paint is all scraped off the camera. Do you still consider that a mint camera, or
Not at all.
or you see a or so many people, especially on, it doesn't matter whether it be eBay or Etsy or something. Etsy overcharges because I check all their prices, and they're usually 30% higher than they should be on almost everything they sell for used gear. And eBay, you could find some
Etsy
deals.
is sketchy.
Yeah, eBay, you
Etsy's
could
very
find some
sketchy.
deals, but the Japanese, like you'll see stuff with, you could tell, sometimes you could see the green, green on, you could see rusty rings, the rings that go on hold your camera strap, and the eyelets coming out of the camera are all rusted, and those things are all rusted, and the rest of the camera might look good, but it's like, well, if that stuff is rusted, how do I know there's not parts inside the camera that are rusted that I can't see? So I look
in the washing machine.
I look at stuff like that. I look what the appearance of the outside, especially when it comes to rust or mold or mildew. I just like pass on it. Just not gonna go there. You could say, yeah, I could clean it up to look good on the outside, but it looks like that because it was in storage conditions that wouldn't be good for what's on the inside either. So you just don't go there. Don't buy it.
Another big red flag is I haven't tested it. You can't spend a couple dollars on a battery to test it. Pretty much means it doesn't work. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, and look for people that say free returns, that you can return the product, because there are an awful lot of people out there that say no returns, period. Now eBay has a return policy where if the item doesn't meet the description that was on their website, supposedly they'll go to bat for you, and you'll be able to fight it. But, be careful of the ones that say, when they say no returns, then be darn sure that you feel comfortable, or it's something that's really cheap. So if you do get screwed, you're not like crying about it the next day. You're like, oh, I lost $20. Okay, I lost $20. I took a gamble. Wasn't what I thought it was, whatever. But if you're spending hundreds of dollars, $200, $400, $500 on something, you want to be able to send it back if there's something that you're not happy with, So you really want to look at that too. So we could probably do a show, an episode here, just talking about things to look for when buying a vintage camera, because there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things to look for, and a lot of questions that you should not be afraid to ask in a private email where it says contact seller. Ask them. Say, have you run a roll of film through it if it's a film camera? And most are going to say no. Okay.
Yeah.
Do the shutter speeds work? Are the shutter speeds accurate at slow shutter speeds? Because that's the first thing that craps out. The camera will be fine at 1/500th of a second or 1/250th of a second. You get down to below that, and all of a sudden, 1/60th of a second isn't 1/60th of a second. The shutter's just not working good at lower shutter speeds. And so you got a whole list of, I got like a list of like 10 things, 10 common things that I'll ask, a person privately in an email before I buy it. And
you know what? It begs repeating that those lower shutter speeds, more often than not, they are not in sync.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
you
very
buy
hard
something
to find an old camera that those lower shutter speeds are accurate.
Yeah, you buy something that was from the 1950s or 1960s, it's probably going to be close enough where even if it's film, you're going to get it, you're going to scan it, you're going to put it in your software, you're going to be able to tweak it. And if it's off, if 1/60th of a second is, 1/50th of a second or 1/30th of a second, it's not going to ruin your day. You're going to be, because of how you're going to be able to adjust for that. But you want to ask those questions, because I got somebody said, oh yeah, shutter speeds work fine. I checked it out. It works fine. I got it. And
it goes clunk.
And I put it on a slow shutter speed, and the shutter never closed.
So can you measure it? Can you measure it, Jeff?
You can't measure. You can't. You really can't. I mean, a slow speed you could kind of measure with a digital stopwatch, but that's being a little bit. Even
film cameras.
You got to put it price.
For testing your shutter speed. That's what you use for film cameras.
Okay.
To check your shutter speed.
So what is that, Roy? Explain.
It just times it. It puts a light on one end of the camera, and it receives it and just times how long the shutters take.
And you put that one
you
where
aim the light through the lens, and you push the shutter, and it records the
time it takes.
The time it takes.
Oh, interesting.
So, where do you find something like this? Everybody sell that, like all the common stores.
It's
B&H.
Really I've seen them here and there, but it's a very useful device. This is by VF Moto Shutter Tester.
So
I've had it for many years.
Put it on the camera so that people can see the brand. Set it for somebody like Jeff.
VF Moto, this one is.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
But you can test for a film camera. You need to test your shutter speeds. First thing I do with them. I also buy black ones because black ones show any abuse. Whereas if you've got a chrome camera, they can take a lot of abuse and not show it.
So Tim, is that in B&H?
That was the other thing I was going to say. Sorry, Gustavo, about eBay is that a lot of cameras out of Japan are black repaints. So don't think that you're buying an original black camera. Yeah, because a lot of those cameras.
You usually tell them though.
Yeah, some of them are honest, and they'll say, "Oh, painted by Giuseppe or something." And you're like, "Well, does that mean anything to me? I don't know who's Giuseppe."
Giuseppe out of Japan. Well, maybe Italy.
I'm just saying they'll come up with a name, that you're like, like I'm supposed to know who that person is and that they do a good job painting cameras. I'm not going to know. You can say,
I liked it a couple of years ago when all the Leicas showed up, and they were just rebadged Russian cameras.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like, repainted by Frank. Okay, Frank, who's Frank? What Frank? I don't know.
But generally, black cameras show any damage or abuse more than the silver ones.
100%.
Yeah, and
I found that shutter speed tester on eBay, $99.99.
Okay.
there you go.
Free-handy device.
Of course, you got to assume that that's been calibrated as well.
It's electronic, so it's it's been pretty reliable. I've had it for several years.
Yeah, I'll have to pick up one of those because I could definitely use it to check out stuff. Because, well, the thing is too is for the most part, if you buy a camera in the 50s and you're gonna and you can't live without it being dead nuts perfect, then you gotta do research and see if there's still anybody out there that can service some of these cameras, because some cameras are unserviceable. So
a lot of the upper-end Nikons are adjustable too, so you can have them tuned to get the shutter speed right.
Yeah, you gotta see if there's somebody out there that can do a CLA and do a recalibration of your shutter speed. And if you're buying rangefinders, you got to see if somebody can calibrate the rangefinder so that it's accurate, because sometimes vertically, like, it gets cocked or something and it's a little bit off. So you got to find someone that can make those adjustments. So or you take your chance. You find out when you run your first roll of film through it, right? And you get the pictures back and you go, oh, something's not right. And you got to figure out what that something is.
I still hate rangefinders.
Because I think checking the metering system is relatively easy, correct? Because
the metering can be checked with a light meter and
Metering's easy. Shutter speeds. I mean, sometimes the shutter beats, you could tell by your ears sometimes if they're really off. You go, no, that wasn't a 30. You go, that definitely wasn't a 30th of a second. No way in hell was that a 1/30th of a second.
But with the metering, a lot of the electronics fail on the older cameras. The meter's usually the first thing to fail because it's electronic. That's why I was reading up about the old Canon F1, and what's interesting about the Canon F1, well, obviously it was, I think, their third professional SLR camera, but they actually had two. Nothing's happening. They actually had two Canon F1s. They had an old Canon F1 and they had a new Canon F1. Go figure, and they were like, I don't know, 5 years apart or something like that. So when somebody says, "Oh, I got a Canon F1," you got to say, "Well, which F1 did you get?" Because there's two of them. But most of these old cameras, that they work fine except for the meter. The electronics fail.
Yeah, what was interesting with the F1 was that there are exceptions to the rule. Like there's a Nikon camera that, even if it has a lot of cameras that had electronics in them, they had a metering system in it, and some of those cameras, if the battery was dead, you were maybe only able to use it mechanically at 1/60th of a second or maybe two shutter speeds, and that was it. Now, there were other cameras where if the meter didn't work, you could shoot it at any shutter speed mechanically, okay? And like this Canon F1 I was looking at, I think it was like you could shoot, if the battery died, your shutter speeds would work from 1/200th of a second to 1/2000th of a second manually. So that's the other thing you look for when you're buying a camera, and and you're concerned. Maybe you're not concerned. You go, I got a spare battery, or whatever. I don't use it that often. I'll make sure the camera's working before I leave the house, and you're good to go. Not a problem. But some people like to buy purely mechanical cameras, and they use a light meter, and they're good with that. And Or, you can even buy, obviously, a light meter reads incident light. I mean, some of them read reflected light, but if you want to read, most of the time, you could buy these cheap, they're less than $100 now. You could buy these small light meters that mount on a hot shoe that are reflective, like what your camera does. And so you could mount these on a TLR. You can mount them on the top of a rangefinder that doesn't have a metering system in it. And you can use this as your metering system and set your controls and take the picture. Okay. It's going to be more,
Or you can use your phone.
But,
Phone app.
your incident light meter lots of times is still close enough, believe it or not, versus one of these. You might only have a half stop difference.
That's the TT art. Is that the TT Artisan meter?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And what I didn't like about this is, I'll put it up to the screen. See that small hot shoe plate? The 2 screws. Those two screws have no length to them. The thread diameter is very, very small, and I bought this thing and I slid it on, and every hot shoe has different tolerances, especially you put it on a vintage camera. So I slid it on one vintage camera. I says, oh, it went on, relatively tight. It wasn't going to fall out. I put it on another one. It went on too tight, and I went to pull it off. That piece came right off with the screws popped out in my hand.
Ouch.
So I said, well, for what it cost, I says, I'm not going to deal with the shenanigans. I'm going to have to deal with sending it back and everything. It's not like the meter doesn't work. So, I put Loctite on the threads of the screws, and I used epoxy underneath the base, and I glued it to the damn thing. So I didn't have to worry about it doing that again. But that's something you got to take into consideration is, if they got these really skinny little screws that only go in less than maybe an eighth of an inch, and it's like a number 2 thread or something.
Yeah.
You get it stuck in a hot shoe, that foot's going to rip right off. So, warning.
The other thing is those early cameras were all mechanically controlled shutters, whereas after the 1980s, they become electronically controlled.
Yeah.
They're the ones that if the battery runs out, you've got one chance or 2 if you're lucky.
Yeah.
One speed, 2 speed.
So for you guys, did you when you store your camera, did you take the batteries off?
Yes.
You should. You should. I don't always, but you should.
Okay.
You leave a battery in and they can start leaking and destroy the battery compartment.
I think it depends on how often you use it. If it's going to sit there, if it's going to sit there for months, take it out. Okay. If it's going to sit there for a week, leave it in. If it's going to sit there for a month, take it out.
I remember the batteries used to last for 6 months in those old cameras or more.
Yeah, they don't make them like they used to.
Well, no, now they got the zinc oxide ones or whatever that basically, if you don't put the tape over the holes, then they're going to keep discharging even if they're not in the camera.
Yep.
Those wine cells that they sell that replace the mercury batteries. As soon as you pull that tab off, okay, it has little pinholes in it for a chemical reaction, and what's good about those batteries is it's a constant voltage for a long period of time, and then it just goes like that and it's dead. So your metering system, some batteries have a curve that goes like this. So your exposure system might be accurate in the beginning, and then as the battery starts to drain, your metering system isn't as accurate anymore. But at least with the wine cells, it's like, okay, it's even, and then it just crashes and burns, and that's it. It just doesn't work anymore. But if you take it out of the camera and you don't put tape or something over those holes, it's just going to keep depleting the energy, and then you go to put it back in the camera, it's not going to work. It'll be dead.
There is a service for most of those cameras that use the mercury batteries whereas they put a little diode in the camera to change the voltage. So you can use modern batteries.
Yeah, they have some of those camera battery adapters that they sell for certain cameras that might have that circuitry built into the holder for the batteries, and you slide the whole thing into the battery compartment. So there's all sorts of different things, or you could get it modified.
But you take even the little button ones, correct, Jeff? Or not?
Yeah,
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 the fat button cells,
yeah.
type
Yeah,
44 and that.
There was one camera I just bought a battery for. It had to have, you either had to buy 4 batteries or you had to buy one that was like a special battery. I just bought the damn battery. The battery was $21.
Woof.
$21. It's like four
That's it.
cells put together.
This is it.
$21. Talk about really? I go, okay, no, yeah, that's what got me. I had a Minolta Autometer 3 light meter, and you know the white bulb on the top.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the bayonet, the bayonet part of it, it got old and it broke, so it was loose. So I bought another light meter, and it was the same. It was a Autometer 3F. It would also read flash measurements, and that one, the original light meter I had, took one AA battery. The new one that I bought took what you just showed, Roy.
Yeah, I know. They're horrible.
Shells, $21 battery, and I'm like, okay, I tell you what I'm doing. I'm taking that white diffusing thing and taking it off the new flash I bought and put it on the old one. I'm taking off the 1 meter and put it on my old one, because I'd rather pay for a 1.5 volt AA battery than pay $21 for one of those.
Painful, isn't it?
Yeah. So I says, I have 2 of them now. And I'm going to keep using the old one till it breaks. And when it breaks, then I'll use the one with the $21 battery. But for now, I'm using the AA one. I was so mad. I was $21. I figured, maybe $10. I'm thinking, right? I had to go like 3 places to even find it. And then I pull it off the rack and I'm looking at the tag, $21 for a battery. You got to be kidding me. You know? That's the problem with buying the vintage stuff, is those little sundry costs add up. The costs of the batteries, of course, film isn't cheap. So you do it moderately. If you're smart, you moderately.
I see your shelves behind you. I wouldn't call that moderately.
Well, I'm talking about use. Some of that stuff hasn't been used yet.
Yeah,
when I no longer have a channel anymore, and I'm not doing this anymore, then I'll have time to use all those cameras.
So did you got any of the items in the book already or not? Yes.
Oh. All right, you had to say something.
Of course.
There's also a website called 1001 Nights, NIG, Nights with an N. Nikon has, that shows you all their famous lenses. It's worth a look at.
I just near me, really close to me, actually, within a couple miles, somebody. It was an estate sale. Somebody's selling a 1200 millimeter Nikon lens.
Oof.
1200.
Yep.
If that's a 12 to 1700, that is very rare.
Oh, it's it's rare.
Okay, you ready?
If it was closer, I'd be there.
I bought what was a Japanese, that when Leica cameras came out, especially like the Leica 3, you had the 3F, you had all different versions of it. That was a very highly copied camera style, and you had Russian cameras that looked like Leicas. You had multiple Japanese brands that made Leica copies, and one of those Japanese brands was Nicca, Nicca, which happens to be in that 100th anniversary book. And so I found myself a mint Nicca 3F, which is basically a copy of a Leica, one of the Leica 3 versions. And the camera, when you bought it from the factory, came with a Nikon 50mm f2 lens. And I think they called it a black belt lens because the end of the lens was black. The rest of it was silver.
Okay.
And so I bought the body, unused, never used.
They say.
Well, wait till you see it. And then took me a long time to find a decent enough copy of a 50mm f2. Let me tell you, that was a you know what buster. That was a real pain in the neck. But here's the top view of this camera.
Oh,
Wow,
beauty.
that is mint.
There is not a scratch on the hot shoe. There is not a mark on it anywhere. Bottom plate.
Wow.
Bottom plate.
Wow.
Front view.
Wow.
Are you sure it's not fake?
You know,
That does look good.
The person
That is amazing.
this
That's beautiful.
thing, I have this in a plastic box right now. Display case, plastic display case.
Beautiful.
If you what's interesting with these style cameras, whether it be Leica, Nicca, or whatever, is you don't change the shutter speed until after you advance the film. So you wind the film to the next shot, and then you change your shutter speed. And you have two shutter speed dials. You have what they call a let me find where I'm at. You have a high speed shutter speed dial on the top.
Okay.
And you have a low speed shutter speed knob. If I can get my finger on the front.
Oh.
Okay. So the top does B 25th of a second, 50th, 100th, 200, 500.
The high speed.
If you want to do a 10th of a second, 5 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second time function. You got
more of a collectible than a usable camera, though.
The one on the front. But what you got to do is you got to advance the film. Then you got to then you lift up the dial on the top and rotate it to the shutter speed you want, and then you can take the picture. So I'll let you hear how this shutter sounds. I don't know if you'll hear it or not. If you could hear it.
Yeah.
It has a wonderful. I'm going to change the shutter speed to something slower so you.
So where is the welcome to the memories video on this one?
Thanks for the memories.
That thing sounds like so sweet.
It does.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
So when is the welcome
camera.
from the memories on this one coming?
I don't know.
So Jeff, where do you find that one? Where was coming from? U.S. or outside the U.S.?
No, Japan.
It came from Japan.
And
the lens?
Lens came from Japan as well, but not the same seller.
Show us the lens.
Different seller.
That's
So
M39 mount.
Man,
Lens
that
is
is
a
such a beautiful camera.
lens is a 50mm f2, and the f2. If you look up the reviews on this lens, even though they made a 1.4 in that time frame, the f2 people really loved the images that they got from the f2 lens, and it was like the more common one that people bought with this camera. And the black, like I said, you can see the black ring on the front of the lens.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some of them don't have that black ring, but the one with the black ring was the one that was sold with this camera when they produced it. Now I'm waiting I had to get it from another place, was the metal Nika cap for the front of the lens that says Nika on it. So that was hard to find one that was in decent shape. And believe it or not, the best one I found was from somebody in, I think, Pennsylvania. So I'm waiting to get that by Tuesday, I think, of this coming week.
And you have
But
metering. What is the metering system?
no
on this one?
metering system. No metering system.
So
Manual.
what are those two black things around the viewfinder?
You've got those are for when you look at on these cameras, you have two viewing. Not used to. You got two places you view through.
Wow.
One is
Depending on
for
your lens?
composition. One is for composition, and one is
Jesus.
so that is for focusing, where you line up the images so they overlap each other.
Wow.
Okay, so you got to look through one, adjust the focus, so your image is combined into
Lovely
one.
camera, but now you know why Nikon F took off so well.
Yeah. Well, the thing is too, with the rangefinder cameras, I didn't know this until I should have known this a long time ago, and I didn't. So I'll apologize for my stupidity, not knowing. But not too long ago, I finally came to the realization that rangefinder cameras could not accept a lens longer than 135 millimeters.
That's right.
That's
Because you
the
can't adjust for it.
Right. That's the longest you could get. And what happens, like when you talk about parallax error, you don't have parallax error with an SLR. That's one of the big advantages. It's WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get, right? You look through the lens, you're focusing, you're zooming, whatever. What you see is what you're going to get. You look through a rangefinder camera, that's not true. This particular camera is parallax corrected for a 50 millimeter lens. Now, I also bought
A viewfinder.
Well, I'm waiting on that. You don't need the second a viewfinder for the 50 millimeter feature, but I bought a Canon. This is a Canon. This is the lens, same mount. It's called a Leica LTM, Leica thread mount M39. Mm-hmm. And this is a 135 millimeter f3.5. This is a 135 millimeter lens right here.
That goes in that camera?
That will mount on this camera. But what happens is, because now it doesn't parallax correct for 135 millimeters, you have to buy basically what they call a secondary viewfinder that mounts on the hot shoe, and you look through it. Roy's got it right there. I'll drag him over. It looks like this. You mount that on the hot shoe, and you look through it, and usually, like, once you obtain your focus, you read your focus distance on your lens, and you adjust the focus distance on the back of that, and you look through it, and then that's how you compose.
And that's why Chuck doesn't like film cameras.
Well,
That's why I think rangefinders.
Oh, it's rangefinders. Rangefinders are the ones that get tricky. So I'm
You
waiting.
have one of these for every lens you've got as well.
Yeah.
Every focal length.
Now they do. Canon made one that I found, but I didn't buy it because I only got the 135, and the 50 I don't need it for. So I'm getting the viewfinder for the 135. But they do sell, Leica made them, Canon made them. They call it a variable unit that has detents on it for 35 millimeter, 50 millimeter, 85, I think 105 and 135. So you can set it for which lens you have on, and then put in the distance in feet, and use that one finder for multiple lenses.
You can also get
very limited
these with 3 lenses.
Yeah,
you just rotate them to the one you need.
Yeah, you had very limited lenses that were for rangefinder cameras.
Wow.
So when the SLR
why I hate them.
For the SLR came out, I mean, that was a big thing. But I'll tell you, this thing is the Nika, believe it or not, doing research on it, the Nika was one of the best Japanese Leica copies, and many people felt that this was built better than the Leica was.
Jeff,
Okay.
which
It's
Nikon
not-
model is that?
This is the Nikon 3F.
And didn't Sears sell that same camera?
Sears,
Branded it as their own?
Sears sold it, and they rebadged it for Sears, and they called it Tower.
Yeah.
It was called
That's right.
Tower.
Wow.
So back in the day when Sears was, was huge, and you had the Sears catalog, there were a lot of Japanese camera companies, and eventually, they made cameras for JCPenney's too. They used to provide cameras for JCPenney's, but when Sears was big, a lot of Japanese camera companies would take their camera model, and then they would just change the top plate, change the name of it, and they'd sell it to Sears, and Sears would sell it in their catalogs. So a Tower camera is actually a Nikon with just a different name on it. For Sears.
Yeah.
Nikon.
It says that camera was new. It came with his box and everything and paperwork.
No, just like this.
Okay.
Well, with no lens, just like
They're
this.
very rare.
But like I said, finding the lens and the real, excuse my language, pisser is you find these old lenses and nobody has the caps for them. I got caps on order for this. I got
Well, it's because the caps are worth as much as the lenses, and they sell them
the
separately.
caps. You find the caps. The caps could cost you $40
Yeah.
Wow.
Exactly.
for the caps.
Because they're so rare.
Yep.
So it's painful to buy the vintage stuff. It is painful, but I'll tell you, this thing has a beautiful feel. It has a beautiful sound. But I am not looking forward to running to putting the roll of film in it because because it's a bottom loading film camera.
Oh,
It's not a back that opens up. You take off the bottom.
Oh my God.
And here's your.
Put yourself big.
I can't see you. There's too much of me in it.
Yeah,
You have to shoot film through it. I mean, you bought the camera.
Well, yeah. So here's the film path. Here's what you got to do for the film. I think it's like 4 inches. 4 inches you got to pull out, and
Man, look at that. That is just like that. Looks like it just came off the assembly line.
this is brand. This is like total mint. This is like never used. Other than the only way you could say it's used is because it's old. The guy had a CLA done on it.
So how does it go into the? I mean, remember you have to put the little bit of film into the slot.
Well, you got to pull out. You got to pull out.
Okay.
You got to pull this out.
Oh, okay.
You pull that out and you thread it, but the film then goes. It's tough when you're looking through the film. The film goes along the bottom.
Exactly.
Yep.
And here's your film canister here. The film goes across, and then it goes up, and then it goes up and around.
You're
And
making
you
a mistake.
have to pull it out long enough and start it in the take-up spool, and you got to drop the film canister and the take-up spool in like at the same time.
Okay.
And then you put the bottom cover back on.
And of course you have to make sure that it's straight, correct? That it's not twisted.
When you put it on the take-up spool, you got to have it butting against the collar. Butting against the collar. So it is a pain in the neck to load film, and I'm sure you guys will know when I load the film because you'll hear the scream all the way to Australia. But to me, when I saw this camera in the shape it was, I mean, I wasn't planning on buying it, but when I saw this camera, I says, if I don't buy this camera, I'm a total moron. I got to buy this camera. It's just perfect.
Wow.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Just for
Congratulations,
Rakesh,
Jeff.
the GN Nikon is interesting, but it's more of a collector's item than usable. It adjusts itself to the flash rather than.
Oh, it has a guide number setting on it.
Yeah, it has a guide number. You set the guide number, and it adjusts the aperture depending on the distance as it focuses. As you focus it, it changes the aperture.
Yep, slightly to optimize it for your flash.
Yeah, rather than the camera do it. It's a very strange, unique lens.
I saw one of those for sale the other day. I almost bought it.
They're a collector's item, but they're not very fun to use. They're interesting,
You
but
know. So I'm
Well,
waiting for my Canon caps. I'm waiting for my Canon caps, and I'm waiting for my Nikon cap, and then my Nikon cap I got with a lens hood as well. Has a lens hood for the 50 as well.
Well,
I was
congratulations.
getting
Jeff.
little screw-in caps. They were very popular at the time.
And that was in the book, and I remember looking at those. I mean, there is several pages of those books, correct?
Yeah. The Nikon was in the book. I don't know if the 3F was, but Nikon Leica copies were in the book and the reason they were in the book is because they were using Nikkor glass. That's why they were in the book. But they only made this particular model for 2 years. So they only made this model for 2 years.
In those days, that's very short.
Yeah. So it's really, really. I mean, when I got it, I couldn't stop smiling. I mean, I was like, my God, this thing is fantastic. I mean, and I know Chuck hates film cameras, but I'll tell you, you know, when you can understand why people like the Leicas.
And the black part is proper leather, correct?
I'm not sure if it's leather or not, but it's not the I don't believe that's the thing. Like the Leicas use what they call vulcanite, which is basically rubber material, like you'd have on car tires, vulcanite. And so a lot of the older Leica cameras might have, you'll look at and this is another thing you got to do when you're looking at, you're going to want to buy, say, I want to buy a Leica 3F, and they have like the black version and the red version. And I think the red version had a better shutter in it than the black version did, or something like that. But when you look at it and you zoom in and you look at every square inch of that body and you look for cracks, because that stuff is not repairable. I mean, there's jury rig stuff that people try to do on it, but if it cracks and a chunk comes out of it, it's not repairable. They don't make those coverings anymore. So you would have to send the camera out and have them take that cover off and put leather on it. This doesn't feel like leather because it's too rough, but it's definitely not the same stuff that's on a Leica. But it's on there totally secure, no gaps, no scratches anywhere around the whole body of the camera. No
Very collectible, but not fun to use. I'm
almost scared to use it.
Okay.
You know,
Well, I'll
because
be there next month. You don't have to. I'll take it with me when I leave.
I mean, it's so nice. It's so nice. If I ever got a scratch on it, I'd probably I'd go nuts. I mean, I just want to run a roll of film through it, even if I just take pictures in my backyard, just to say I tried it, and then I may never use it again.
I'll be happy to relieve you from it.
I know you've got a lot of cameras that you probably like to relieve me of.
I'll leave a couple voids in my camera bag.
But yeah, I mean, it's
the lenses are adaptable to modern cameras anyway.
Yeah,
even for rangefinders.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I have it on my to buy list on the B&H is now here's the thing too. They make the adapter to go from the L39 mount.
M39.
It's L39 or M39 are basically the same thing. This will take either L39 or M39, and people can argue about the differences. It's not, they both fit on this body, but you get an adapter for this lens and you can put it on a Z mount camera. You could buy this to put on a Z mount camera.
Yes. You won't have any metering or autofocus, but they still do a good job.
But you can also buy an adapter so that you could put an F mount lens on this camera. But the problem in doing that is those lenses are so much bigger that when you look through the viewfinder, the lens is such a bigger diameter, it's going to block part of your viewfinder. And then if it's not a 50 millimeter lens, then you still got to buy the separate viewfinder for whatever lens you decide to put on. As
Don't you love rangefinders?
Yeah.
And that, of course, is that is a cold shoe, correct? It's not any electronics or anything in there, correct?
Correct. It's a cold shoe. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because your flash sink on the back is right there.
Oh, okay.
There's your
PC sync.
Your connection.
PC sync right there.
Okay. And what type of flashes were you using at the time?
Anything that works.
Probably bulbs.
TNT.
I've got
Well,
the flash.
Jeff, we had no more than the 4 hours that you stated, but
Yeah,
sorry,
I know. You guys let me talk too much.
No.
Keep
Shame
going.
on you.
Keep going. There's lots of other stuff you haven't talked about beyond you.
But yeah, that's for another century.
This is the Mossman doing the old trick, putting questions the last minute of the show.
Yeah. The show was slowing down, and then we can't end it yet. We're gonna end it now, though. So I'm gonna thank everybody for their for their patience and their time. And it was wonderful seeing Chuck on the show. And hope he comes on at least for an hour again next week, because I think that will be good for him to do that. And David, thank you for talking about your trip. Gustavo, thank you for your pitch. Mozman, thank you for your content you threw in here tonight, and nice to see you on the show again. Roy, pleasure as always. Randall, you look too damn comfortable to be on this show. I want you sitting on some. I want you sitting on a bunch of knitting needles for next week's show, so you're not so comfortable.
Randall was at one point. Randall was like just reclined in like an easy chair, and he was just like, completely relaxed, and I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, so
I was completely jealous.
But I hope everybody enjoyed the show tonight. It is always a pleasure. It is fun to do, and I hopefully you guys have a good time as well. And hopefully we see you next Saturday. Hopefully Chuck joins us next Saturday. And don't forget, we've got Scuba Ozzy doing a nice presentation next Saturday on underwater photography techniques. And whether you dive or you don't dive, you're going to see some wonderful pictures. You're going to learn an awful lot. It's going to be fantastic. So make sure you check that out. And at this point, we just say good night and happy shooting. Go out and get some great shots.
See you guys.
Take care.
Here I come.